Ba da 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 dee dee dee. Wa da 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 do do do. Wa da 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 dee da dee. Wa da 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 dee da do. Hello, everybody. Hey, my gum. How are we doing? Yes, do not ask me why XSplit updates on a Sunday. You've got 15 questions you fought up and 22 generated one. AI generated 196 Okay. Hello, Calming I Smoke. Yes, the Fluffs are happy. They have been for their wander. They are happy they've been for their wander. And I got a bit suckered being a bit longer on Twitch than I normally am because I came this close to taking Rome as Carthage. And I managed to muck it up both times. And I mucked it up both times because, and I will admit this and you'll see it, is I was treating light infantry like they were light infantry in real life, where you basically, you try and get through the defences as quickly as possible because you have nothing, no holding chance. So your only chance is to overwhelm it. And basically I should have treated them like they were computer infantry and just gone slow and steady, methodically move my forces through and all those things. I actually managed to do that the second time most of the way, and then I got swept away, but no. Basically, I need the infantry to take the brunt of any enemy charges with Trianii and cavalry, and then hit them hard with the cavalry. But my plan will be next week to make Rome the capital of Carthage. I just think it's a fun one to do. Right then, hello Carl Gasberg, hello Knights of everyone, hello Wayne, hello Peter Dawson, hello History Vanguard, hello Mark Harkness, hello Byron Newman, hello Blackburn Maximus, hello Seneca Nero, hello Steve Richards, hello Runon, hello Steve Clarke, hello Peter Dawson, hello Mark Harkness, hello John Shea, hello Match Dostal, hello DG40, hello Runon, hello Tanya Velika, hello Michael Cooch, I think I said hello already, but I'll say it again, hello Mega Scrow, hello Stafford, hello De Brock, hello George Newman, hello Jacob again. You were all, I think Jacob, I don't remember, I think you were watching me on the Rome. No, XSplit does not like live streaming. It does a very good job of it, but it doesn't like it. At the moment you can tell I'm doing some work on various paintings because the paints for well, many of you will probably recognize this particular thing. Yes, I have some painting to do soon. This is my primer. Matte black primer, because of course I'm doing iron walls, so I'm using black as my primer. I was tempted to use silver, but I decided to use black. My iron walls are going to be interesting colours. Anyway, hello Josvonk, hello HMS Verdun, hello Melanie640, hello Amelia, hello Felix, hello Alistair, hello Jay, hello John Sykes, and Steve Clarke. Has anyone else tried UAD 1.3 in the Storm yet? It's fantastic. Oh, good lord. Yeah, that's going to be fun. The thing is, and don't take this the wrong way, as much as I love UAD, there is no way to simulate the amount of crew you get to getting seasick in a storm. Did your PayPal test go through? I have no idea. Which is an honest way to say, because I should probably check PayPal more often than I do. But, I don't as a rule. Because PayPal tends to work pretty well without me playing around with it at the moment. Let's see. PayPal. This is before we start this evening's chat, but I do realise I'm running a little bit late, so I'm letting people sort of join in. Yes, it's me. All these things require multi-factor security login. Pretty much my PayPal balance is empty, so I'm going to presume no, Stafford. Although I'm not sure why, but I will tell everyone this. There is going to be an announcement. It was either going to be today or tomorrow. I think it's now going to be tomorrow. So basically, everyone hold off on things till tomorrow, and there's going to be hopefully a very big thing announced, and hopefully it's going to go through, and it's going to provides a lot of fun for you for next, well, long time coming. Hello, Danny Wright. AI questions or questions I thought up first, Doc. Well, might take everyone. This is going to sound strange, but why didn't you try a pick at random? And I'll see if I can figure out whether they are from you or from AI. But also remember, we are reviewing books this evening, and it's Mahan-themed books. So, you know, at some points, I am going to possibly be missing questions, because I'm going to be talking about the books, and then I'll get to them. The patron questions for June look pretty darn good. I do admit that, and I'm going to actually... That's what I was remembering. I was trying to remember also by time, thinking about what I was going to do first today, because I had promised to do something first. And the thing I promised to do first was show Patron. And show the crop of questions we have for the June. Now, I'll put a link down below in the description, so you can see it. And I do realise I have to write my welcome note and welcome video for Patreon. I haven't had a chance so far. I spent rather too much time trying to deal with certain organisations which are still causing fun over whether or not to pay me when they promised they'd pay me at the end of this month because they forgot to pay me last month. This is causing fun. So, we have... If I put add source and that there should turn up. Ew. I'm disappearing. There you go. That'll do. That's quite nice. Right, so if we zoom in a bit more. And I probably bring that a bit further this way. And I cant myself a little bit. Hello. So you have the usual spiel, which you'll know from the patron introductions, but this is because June is going to be different. It's slightly different because June, instead of me having the normal 2 lives, 2 recorded, is going to have 4 premieres, all of which are patron suggestions. The top 4 we made into patron premieres. Which is not normally what I'm going to do, but I'm doing it in June because I'm hoping to be wandering around quite a lot in June. And honestly, I want to have all these videos, and you can see that this is the list of videos which I'm going to have loaded up, so that you will have them, and you will have a premiere every Thursday and Sunday guaranteed at the normal times. So you always have those, and then I will be doing lives as I travel. So basically, there'll be lives, but they won't be lives of me in my office, if that makes sense. I know you don't want to go there, but if they don't pay you this month, do you have a serious claim of breach of contract? See, if they don't pay me this month, well, you have to remember I did go to school with a lot of people who became lawyers and barristers. And, yeah, they're fairly useful in these circumstances. To be fair, one of those very, very good barristers who I could in never way afford actually made a deal when we were 18 and going for A-levels that I helped them with their history coursework and, you know, didn't do anything for them, nothing like that, please note. I just was basically their study buddy and helped them with their revision, and in return they agreed for life to assist me with any legal matters for the price of a Chinese takeaway. Chinese takeaway. Just clarifying that one before anyone starts reading anything else into it. So, yeah. I'm good. I'm fine. The cost of my legal fees for sorting it out are £30 Chinese takeaway. So, you know. If I need to do it. And frankly, I would do it because, yeah, I would never be able to probably work for a university again. I know that. But then I have to sort it out. But at some point, someone's got to stand up, and in the nicest way, if I have to sacrifice that to get everyone else paid, then that's fine by me. I'll figure it out some way. Anyway, leaving that to one side. One of the things I will say is because the reason I gave you a list of the other videos which are going to be up over that period is because these are all very, very what I would call pure history stuff, which is cool. You know, as you've seen, the key ships, etc., they've all been very, very history, which is fun. But this channel does more than just history. It does some of the theoreticals, etc. So I did sort of add this in. 5. I would love it if they could be a bit theoretical, either hypothetical what-ifs. The reason I say this is because the schedule below is pretty history. Anyway, so let's see what we've got. Let's load all the comments. We currently have roughly 34 comments. Apparently 33 of 34 are loaded. It won't load all 34. So we have Runon, who's put in Stalin gets his dream battlecruiser battleship fleet. What is NATO Western Allied response? A potted history of the British Commonwealth's greatest weapon, the back garden shed. I have to admit, on this one, Runon, it would definitely be a potted history because I don't think anyone knows quite how much stuff has actually come from the garden shed. It would honestly be an entire PhD thesis working it out. I'd love to be the supervisor of that student, though, I would admit. RN develops gas turbines for ships but not aircraft in the early to mid-20s. How does this impact construction designs? You get some very, very fast ships. How are autoloader turrets prototyped? That's a very engineering one. Could sort of do that, but it wouldn't be done. I always wonder when I do sort of questions like that, because of the way I approach them in history, how they sort of got there, the context, etc., and the things sort of as that. I always feel worried, sort of going, well, are people expecting it the way I would approach it, or the way Drac would approach it? Because Drac would go with the engineering route. That one might be best as a joint video. I wonder if he and I would have time to do that. I think Mrs. Drac currently has first call in his times, rightfully so. So no, probably not. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'd see. We're doing some things together. We're doing a lot of things together. From Science and Technology. Alex, now that we can export from UD, how about a design competition to see if we can internalize your lessons? That'd be something cool to run. I would have to say, if I'm going to do that, I would do that after June. But I'd be tempted to do that in July, because I don't think I've got anything going on in July much. May's pretty busy prepping for June, and then June I basically get back. The Italian Commissioner Carrion 41, how does the fleet engagement shape in the Mediterranean? Basically, fleet engagement shapes of the Mediterranean of either Ark Royal and a fast capital ship, or probably Illustrious and Eagle. Because, and hang on, it's 41, so possibly Illustrious and Formidable. Possibly, because they'd probably send a second carrier out there anyway for it. And it depends on when in 41. It's going to be interesting. Could be interesting. Carl Flotillas of the Danube, from Roman, Viking, the Sieges of Belgrade, World War II and present and future. Cool. Michael 66, 50-gun ship of the line. Very cool. Michael 66 are in crisis. At what point in Age of Sail did RM come closest to losing, or actually did lose, naval superiority? A few times. Cody, 0G habitation, the hows and whys and wheres falls for the best strategic and economic results. Cody, Stompy Boys, the pros, cons of mechs, both military and civilian. As I admitted in a few things, honestly, my knowledge of mechs is mostly down to science fiction and a bit of technological research I've done. So that would be a very Star Wars and Warhammer themed mech discussion. I might have to do some research between that. Also differentiate between powered armor and mech. Ooh. Kamgasberg, Zumwalt class. Flight 2, design modifications as of 2025. Modules actually fit in the state for upgrade. If Congress happens to order 9 of them, what would they look like? They'd be pretty cool. Steve, you have 3 suggestions. They've come up as separate comments. Yeah, it happens. Alex explains the brilliant individuals behind the Western Approaches Tactical Unit Team, which trained escort commanders on how to beat the Kriegsmarine U-boats in the Battle of the Atlantic with the power of wargaming. Yes, the ones who had lots of ladies who the US Navy, when they were banned from going and spending time with, just took out on dates instead. Basically, it was a wonderful dating scenario. You're not allowed to go to their presentations. Fine. Hello, do you mind us taking you out to dinner, ladies? Yeah. They got their presentations down the pub. Admiral King doesn't want us coming and learning from your mistakes. Well, actually, no. What he wanted was he didn't want Royal Navy culture to overtake the U.S. Navy, and he was worried. He saw that didn't see the British as necessarily having been victorious in Battle Atlantic, so he wanted take fresh eyes to it. Which you can understand logic behind, but you can also take fresh eyes and still learn from hard-won experience. Steve Clarke, Brain Rules of War Strategy. When does individual command, genius visionary thinking, trump that of accepted normal naval combat? Pretty much every day. Steve Clarke, The Code-Breaking Revolutions, World War I and Room 40 versus World War II and Bletchley Park. Who were the leading figures in both, who had a major impact, and whose efforts were overrated in hindsight? Pretty much anyone whose job was to do with actually breaking the code versus traffic analysis. Breaking the code is useful. It does give you some brilliant information and some occasionally useful insights. But traffic analysis and signals traffic analysis is what gives you the vast majority of your actionable data. And allows you to get a wider strategic picture of what's going on. And the signals and traffic analysis people never get anything done about them because they're never famous. Then we have the effects on nations of merchant fleet and its effects on war fighting capabilities from Cody. Convoy wars, a look at economic warfare between peer opponents, both historical and fictional. Robert Locke, 20th century fireships, what if Operation Lucid had succeeded? That's not the only one that's attempted that one. Cody, technological development sci-fi, the good, the bad, and the what the... Cody, slip space, cyber warp fields, and jump drives. The various methods of fast light travel and their effects on the military, economic, and government developmental settings. I'd have to do that video joint with Glyn. I really would have to do that joint with Glyn. Robert Locke, what if HMS Archical was built as the next ship of the Queen Elizabeth class as originally planned? Panic. Robert Locke, what consequence of naval warfare if Hitler had served the Navy in World War I? Oh, goodness gracious me. It'd honestly depend what branch he'd served in, wouldn't it? And what experience he had, where he'd served. Craig, what would battleship and cruiser guns look like if modern technology were applied to them? Would we have guided base bleed or other technical changes, and what would that do? Well, that do. Greg, how would the RN's war differ if long-range maritime patrol aircraft had been sufficiently available at the start of World War II? Could have been interesting from the perspective of things like Norway. Brad, early naval... Why do you keep coming up? Early naval aviation, launching and recovering. Did anyone really think that the pile of canvas and wood could get back on board? Oh, they had dreams. They always had dreams. Blackburn Maximus... Super Harrier, UK... What? Oh, every time I go over the name, it hovers up something in orange. Okay, Super Harrier. UK decides to continue development and produce the supersonic P1154 jump jet instead of the P1127 and F4 Phantom. Implications of this on Royal Navy and Air Force, Falklands War, and potentially around the world. Well, it's gonna be sexy. The Royal in the Forest, late 1941, HMS Crawler sent to Eskimo, Canada for refit and repair. Why would it be sent to Eskimo? Okay, why would you send it all that way for repair? When during its voyage, word reaches them of the attack on Pearl Harbor and British Far East positions. Being just east of the attacking force, they go on the attack. Finding the Japanese fleet just before sunset, she launches 2 night attacks and is able to retrieve that incident. Potential damage to the Asian fleet and impact on the war relations with America. In terms of relations with America, they were going, why? And you'd probably end up with a Anglo-American carrier task group involved in things like Midway and Coral Sea, as long as she's still around. But also, you'd probably have quite a lot of damage that would be done to the Japanese carriers. In fact, you could conceivably. It's kind of like Operation Sea again. It's one of those things of, if the strike hits, then the Japanese could be in big trouble. Big tube go boom. Implication Royal Navy adopting a 24.5-inch oxygen-enriched torpedo on naval treaty weight limits. World War II and post-war. Well, it probably means the Americans go for it as well. In which case, everyone's got long lance-ish style torpedoes. That's going to cause interesting fun in history. Admittedly, it's just going to confirm for the Royal Navy that you weave. You weave. You weave. Austro-Hungarian pre-Dreadnought to Dreadnought development. Okay. Micah 66, alternate history. The Great White Fleet at war. The Great White Fleet sails as historically. However, it's viewed as suspicion in Japan. It is seen as a potential Commodore Perry's Black Ship Mark II. Japan refuses permission for it to enter Japanese waters and issues a keep away from us message through diplomatic channels. US keeps out of Japanese waters, but the fleet proceeds to the Philippines. Philippines is American territory, so the Japanese could not, whilst it would still be too close for comfort, they couldn't really arguably do anything about it. And you must remember, Japan would be immediately going to Britain for backup. So it's unlikely for that scenario for hostilities to ensue purely on the American vessels being in Philippines, unless someone else gets involved and tries to be silly. Also in history, Philippines War. During the Spanish-American War, Spain realizes we're going to lose the Philippines anyway, might as well get something out of it. Wrong, have the US take it for no benefit to us. Around frantic diplomacy later, an announcement made, Spain has sold the Philippines to Germany. Kaiser is ecstatic and instructs the German Navy to take possession. The US isn't happy with this, and announces they don't recognise the sale. That would be an interesting scenario, and the British would probably let the Germans and Americans quite happily duke it out, while they sat there taking money from both. And remember, in both these scenarios, in both this scenario, the Great White Fleet is sailing around the world courtesy of British merchant coal ships, supplying them with coal. And in this scenario, again, British coal ships supplying them with coal. So in this scenario, the British probably keep supplying them, because Germany's being annoying, and this will keep them focused on that. And in this scenario, well, they just cut off the coal supply, and that'll soon stop the American and probably the Japanese fleets from fighting too much. And then the British can just go, let's have some peace. You're annoying us. Every nation has some type of class that had ships that, to put it kindly, make burn look like an excellent, operational, efficient, and balanced design. I can't believe you just made me say that. For each of the major navies, Alex has to pick one example, discuss why the design was so awful, and the factors that led up to the decision. Yes, I have seen a video like this from my colleague Drakinafel recently, which did, when we were recording bilge pumps, which will come out next Wednesday, lead to a long discussion of the Arrow fusers were not bad cruisers. HMS Ardent by Robert Locke. Yeah. Angela, if the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy cooperated, what effects would have been made on war against China and the Allies? Probably not much, but it would be more interesting, and it would probably be more difficult to fight them. Italian forces and infrastructure in Red Sea in 1940. What were the capabilities and plans for those forces? Cool. And there is a link below if you want to go and add in more video. If you want to go add in more suggestions. It will be closing for a vote on Tuesday. Right then, let's see. Jack, if you could try to negotiate the late pay penalty, that would be a thing if I was a contractor in terms of independent contract in that scenario. No, I'm under what's in the UK is PYE contract employment. So I'm not technically an independent contractor. They are supposed to pay me under PAYE, pay as you earn scenario. So it's interesting. No one should cross Mrs. Drac. Wayne, that's why I'm adding more suggestions as you read. Oh. Can't have a military mech commander discussion without mentioning Mech Commander and Gundam. Probably not. So how many transatlantic marriages came from the Western Approaches Command? Not as many as you'd think. Mainly because instead of... it's going to sound strange. It seems to have been... There were a few, but not as many as you'd think from that scenario, because instead of having so much a paramour, the girls often had... they'd be out with a different naval officer almost every night going, right then, now I'm explaining this for you. So it was a case of not really relationship generating. It was more a case of, more a case of, right then, so I'm basically doing private tuition. Come on, and which Kriegsmarine would you have at Alfred? The Kaiserlich or the Kaiserlich und Königsberg? A Austro-Hungarian one. Oh, good lord. Well, he went and served in the German army, so theoretically I'll have him serve in the Kaiserlich Marine. That's right, with all these what-ifs, it might be interesting to create a video showing how a professional historian goes about tackling and explaining Explorer what-if. As I understand it, they're somewhat controversial as professional in the professional historical community. Yes and no. It's we all have guidelines if we do them. I call them alternate histories as usual. If you've ever noticed with the alternate histories I do, I have a question and I stick to that question, and I am very, very tight on there is a limitation to where I can go. There is a limitation to how far forward I can really work this and really examine these. It's easier to an extent to predict in peacetime and focus in on one navy than to affect on the second, third, fourth, and fifth order events. So you have to be careful. You have to be very honest about what you can't predict. But so it's a case of alternate history is a good way of, I often find, of furthering your understanding of the history that took place by looking at the roads not taken. But if you go too far, you end up in fantasy world. And you have to be very careful about that, because that's no longer doing historical analysis. That's just enjoying yourself. And it can be fun, but it's not really what you're supposed to be doing. Hello, Nook. There are so many options for things that got worse. The Americans and Germans in a naval war. Their ships fight it out and then conveniently have no fuel for the way back after the fight. Sorry, the Brits brought it all. No, sorry, the Brits didn't supply it. Because let's be honest, the German Navy runs on British coal as well. In most of the 1900s, the German Navy, where there are foreign stations, are mostly running on British supplied coal. So, you know, you have the fact. That's one of the reasons why when Germany's doing all the things they're doing in Venezuela during that particular crisis, and there's real issues between the German Navy and the Americans and things looking tense, the British just make sure neither side are getting coal and go until they calm down. And miraculously, the moment they calm down, the coal ships appear. When they're being tense, they're all short of coal. Apart from the British. It's not subtle. You know, there is this idea that British diplomacy is this subtle thing through history. It's not. Sometimes it's as subtle as good old 4-5 here. You know? It works. But it doesn't have to be subtle. Much as I didn't take Mr. Drac as such a fearsome figure. Never doubt Mrs. Drac. Remember, Maximus, my thought about sending our Raoul to Eskimo is for it to get a refit without the being bombed in dry dock in the UK. We're putting it near the Far East to counter Japan future attack. Trouble is, Eskimo's dry dock wouldn't take Ark Royal. I don't think Eskimo has a dry dock for it. So this is the thing. There are options. You could say it's going for dry dock in the States. You know, that wouldn't be the first ship which had been sent for dry dock to America to be repaired. And there are dry dock facilities there in San Francisco and that sort of place. Going to actual Eskimo, I could probably figure out some scenario, but I doubt it would be involved Eskimo. But it could have put it in the right place. Were there any differences between the Mahan and Memphis? Well, Memphis is, remember, the last of the class built. So, Omaha is 7,620 tons in standard. And Memphis is 7,163 tons in standard. Both are roughly Omaha is 9,660 tons fully loaded. Memphis is 9,661 tons fully loaded. So, yeah, there are differences. A fair number, but it's also expected in a class of that many vessels. I think a Swedish naval officer reached the North Pole first, and as for the first naval officer to reach the South Pole, ooh, that's a debate. Because it depends if you define someone as an active service naval officer, or a reservist, or a former naval officer. You have, Steve. But Steve Clarke, I'm going to quietly hide the message so it doesn't cause issues. But thank you. You have, and I do remember what you said. Then I recently looked up HMS Serapis on Wiki. Was surprised to see it wasn't a frigate. What was the range of guns of big Navy frigates sometimes? Oh. Well, you have to remember there's a lot of different ships below them. And frigate not only means guns, guns in terms of numbers of guns, but also number of places pierced for and size of ship. So it can be fun. The dry dock could take a... No, Eskimo dry dock is rebuilt during World War II. I don't think the dry dock that's available in Eskimo in 1941 was big enough to take Ark Royal. Not the ones which were listed for naval shipyards. Because I remember there was a discussion about... Well, there's a whole book I have, or not sort of book, but a book of photocopies of certain Admiralty documents which lists off the various dry docks and what size ships can fit in them in what years. And Ark Royal is not listed as going into Eskimo, and I remember that quite clearly because I remember being surprised. Ark Royal is not listed as viable for going into it, but I think it was Unicorn was. Unicorn would be fine. So it was either something to do with a beam or depth, but it wasn't big enough for Ark Royal at the time. Forrestal comes years later, and they've done all sorts of work on these things at the time. And although a lot of it is, hi, we are a travel class, come have dinner with the captain and what fine dancer officers and how good our band is. Yes, because that whilst you're seeing that and looking at that, you're also noticing how many 4.7-inch guns there are, and how big the torpedoes are, and how many other weapons, and how polished and spit-shine the crew look, and how proficient they look with their weapons. Yes, you learn these things very quickly. I don't think I've seen a flying treaty battleship. Amelia Barra, battle cruisers don't explode on the job. Does anything change? Let's put it this way, it depends. Do they get home like Seydlitz does, or do they get home fine? If they get home like Seydlitz does, they get patched up, repaired, and probably they get sent out to more distant stations. Because it'll take a while to patch them up. Not that long, though. More interesting is going to be whether or not Hood gets built. Because again, you have, well, in this way, the changes that's going to take place to the Admiral class. Because they will look through those ships and go over them with a fine-tooth comb to examine their damage and work out how to better improve it. So, if there are more ships to survive and get back, the better the next generation of ships will be. And I don't. Why was the RAF upset that the RN wanted something better than the Skewer, the Rock, and the Sea Hurricane in Fulmar? They weren't upset. What they were, you have to remember, the RAF at that time were in the fight of their lives in many ways in the Battle of Britain. And when I say fight of their lives, it was, they very quickly realised this was going to be the most important operation they ever did. And it was a complete opposite operation of what they were emotionally and mentally set up to do. Because if you think about it, this is an organisation which has built itself on, it justified its own existence on the concept of strategic bombing. And on the fact, on what was taken as a fact, the almost mythical fact that the bomber will always get through. And now they were suddenly finding themselves in a battle preventing the bomber getting through. And that is the reality. They suddenly found themselves in a situation which mentally they were not prepared for. A few of them are prepared for, but the wider RAF and the Air Ministry especially were not prepared for it. And their first recourse was, we need the maximum assets of in order to survive. And so we can't share any production with the Royal Navy. We can't share anything with the Royal Navy. But their thing, you have to remember, their theory was that it wouldn't matter if the air attacks on Britain weren't prevented, then Britain would fall because of the attacks on the cities, and so therefore the Navy and everything else didn't matter, and everything was secondary to what they were doing. Because they were still in the bomb will get through mindsets, and the bomber will stop. The bomber will cause so much destruction that it will stop it, that it will, eradicate any resistance. So, therefore, they want all the aircraft they can get. And getting all those aircraft works, it's useful, but it means they are taking over all the production facilities. And, to an extent, they get very pissed off, excuse the French there, with the Royal Navy, because the Royal Navy is the competition. And the Royal Navy has a good case to make. Because the Royal Navy goes, well, yes, but while you're fighting here, we're the ones protecting the Mediterranean, we're the ones protecting the Far East, we're the ones protecting everywhere else. And we're not asking for a lot of aircraft, we just need enough. But that's also one of the problems that happens with the Fulmar, okay? Because the Fulmar, you get into service. And the Royal Navy expects some development work to be being done on improving it to get better engines, etc. But no. And even in half the problems you have with Crete, etc., the reason the Royal Navy's lacking aircraft is not because they've been shot down, it's because they've run out of spares. Because all the spares for Merlin engines are being hoovered up in the UK and not being allowed to be sent out to the Middle East. And, you know, there is a small trickle of supplies getting out, but nowhere near what they need for keeping a fleet of about 30 aircraft going. Which is not a huge amount of aircraft, but it's enough. Oh. Nice day, everyone. You can ask the critical thinking question, and my response to that is always the same. The trouble is, there have always been these people with these with these ideas. It's just now they have Twitter, and we have 24-hour news, which needs to have something to talk about over those 24 hours. And so they seem to spend half their life trolling Twitter for weird and wacky opinions, which they then repeat to everyone around the world ad nauseum to try and generate discussion, which they can then report. P. Dawson, and the RAF was short of pilots, so grab 50 from the RN for Balrun. Yep. They were short of pilots, they were short of all sorts of things, and, you know, that's 50 pilots the RN loses. Mike Holmes, the division of large carriers and scout carriers of Washington territory seems good for UK and Japan, but you think the USN might want to trade through the little carriers for another conversion? I don't know. Honestly, you have to remember the US Navy is the most well, not the US Navy, the US Congress is the most anti-spending. So, another conversion sounds good, but that gives them an extra large carrier, but it loses them those smaller carriers. And if they try to go for a differential to the British, then the British might ask for something else. You know, the British under that scenario might go, well, yeah, well, we need extra scout carriers under that scenario, or we need a sick fleet carrier under that scenario, or something like that, because we need not just parity, but you have to remember the scenario the British are in. A scout carrier is not considered the same role as a fleet carrier. So if you want extra fleet carriers and you're the US Navy, that's great, but you've only got to have a presence in 2 oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific. The Royal Navy's got to have a presence in the Atlantic, north and south, the Mediterranean, which has quite a lot of military power around it, the Indian, which might be technically a British lake at this point, but it's still got to be patrolled, and the Far East, which is the Pacific and South China Sea and all the area around the Australia, and so it falls the Antarctic and Arctic Oceans. If the Britain's got to be in all those places, and of course the Pacific coast of Canada as well, the British are going to go, hang on, if you're getting extra fleet carriers, we have to have extra fleet carriers. So any deal you try on that scenario, which is differential between American and British, is always going to be an issue. You just have to look at the whole debate over the light cruisers versus heavy cruisers when British wanted that differential in the London Treaty. When the British were going, we need more light cruisers. Well, actually also, have you read any book from that David Webber's Honor Harrington series? He seems to describe a lot of concepts you talk about on Bruships, despite writing in the early 2000s as being sci-fi. That's because these concepts are immutable. You know, when we're talking about them, we're not talking about things which we've made up off the whim or anything like that. No, these things have been around a long time. It's just they don't get aired enough. Where is it? Mahan is weird. Other than Tsushima, I can't recall a decisive battle that actually fits his theory. Everyone planned for it. Everyone wanted it. Nobody got it. Well, we'll be starting those discussions soon. Take care, Amelia. Nice one. If the French had 4 Leon class, 4 Normandy class, and 3 Bretagne class super dreadnoughts, and 4 Corbett class dreadnoughts going into interwar period, does that make the French feel safe? That makes, well, a nice way. If France has that many ships, remember 4, 4, 3, 4, so they've got 15 dreadnoughts, 15 battleships. So let's work it out. If France gets 15, and remember it goes 5, 5, 3, 2.2 roughly. If they get roughly 7.5 per 1 equals, then Japan's allocated 22.5 capital ships, and Britain and America are allocated 37.5 capital ships. So, yeah, I don't think under any treaty system France gets 15 capital ships. Now, I could see a scenario where they get 8. Let's say Lyon and Normandy's. They get to keep the 8 of those. In which case, Italy's allocated 8. Japan is allocated 12. And Britain and America are allocated 20. I see we've got to guess which questions I asked and which aren't. No, I have an idea. I would say the critical thinking one sounds more like AI than your normal syntax. Can't be 100% sure on that, but it does sound more AI. It doesn't sound like your normal syntax. The RAF acting like a kid sounds like your normal syntax. Knights to go for one. I'm not. I think the Omaha and Memphis might be potentially be AI, and I think so might be the Knights the South Pole and North Pole one. But again, they don't really match your syntax. And I would say there was in a previous one. Yeah, I think that's all. I think that's all of them actually so far. Yeah. But the thing is, the Honor Hunting series dates back quite a while. It does. Right, so, first of the Mahan books. The Mahan series, we're going to start off by looking at the books that Mahan himself wrote. So, today we've got, inspired by Mahan, 2 books. We've got, also, sort of inspired by Mahan, section in here. We've got, this is a bonus, the Royal Navy and the Sino-Japanese incident, 1937 to 1941, written by Martin Brice, the same guy who wrote the tribal class book, the previous tribal class book before I wrote mine. And we also have these books. Now, these are the Mahan books. Do you want me to put links to these in Amazon so you can go and find their ISBN details, etc., if you would like them? So, because we have here one of the more recent publications of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660-1703. This is the version which I have to say I use the most for photocopying, etc. Hence, I've got a new copy because my old copy is now broken, but down so much it's starting to fall apart. Similar, good one for The Interest of American Sea Power, Present and Future, in 1897 by Alfred Thayer Mahan. It's a pretty cool read, very short book. It's sort of size of an Osprey book, but it's worthwhile having. And Mahan on Naval Warfare, Alfred Thayer Mahan. Okay, I will add in the Amazon links then, because I've got them keyed up. I just haven't added them in below because, honestly, because I was walking the dog. Honestly, because I was walking the dog. Right, and people go, how do you, Alex? I never understand why, how you're short of money. You know, you just sit and work all the time. Well, I have this thing called a book habit. It's expensive. I love it, but it's expensive. It does get me pretty books though. So, we have... Now, you'll notice one of the books I've got here is by a French historian. Well, a French admiral, actually. And I've also put a link to that one as well. Okay, links should be down below. Who would have wooden walls and why were they important to the Royal Navy? Nice different. That is definitely AI because you know that answer to that one. That's the ships of the line. Alright, that Clarke turned you into a motivational speaker, wizard. Mrs. Roseback says she needs to do things, but she can't get motivated. I start live. His application made to Daisy and G vanished. Sorry, Mrs. Razorback. Also, I'll add in the Martin Brice one because there are still some still there. Some copies are still there on Amazon. Not very many. Not very many of the Martin Brice one are still around. But it's an amazing book to have. Yeah, they all the links do come, because if I give you my store links, it's going to sound strange. They will work no matter what country you're in, but I found if I give you the non-store links ones on things, then it doesn't work if you're in America and you don't get a link which helps. I would call it a book an addiction. I would. French animal. Actually, he is. We'll get into him in a second. Let's see if I can find it again. It's over here. But he's writing post-World War One, trying to update the Junicole in line with Mahan and World War One experience. So it's a really interesting read. He's trying to make the case for the French Navy. Why does the Ark Royal break her bank after she capsized and sank? Again, I think that's probably an AI one, but because again, it's not. You have a phraseology, Knight 684. That does sound like you. I would say, why did she break her back after she capsized and sank? Due to water pressure build up in the various points. So, let's find out what is the first book I'm supposed to be reviewing. First book is Influence of Mahan on Naval Warfare by Alfred Thayer Mahan. Now, that's this one. And if I give you I will just read out some of the chapter titles for you. Because that will get you hooked immediately. That literally will just get you hooked just reading the chapter titles. So there's a lovely introduction section which I'll get to. But here it is. The value of historical study. Theoretical versus practical training. A historical instance and what is practical. Elements of sea power, definition of terms, strategy, tactics, logistics, fundamental principles, central position, interior lines, communications, concentration. Strategic positions, situation, military strength and resources, strategic lanes, communications, importance of sea communications, offensive operations, the value of the defensive, commerce destroying and blockade, command of the sea decisive, strategic features on the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, principles of naval administration, opposing elements, the British system, the United States system. The military rule of obedience, and the preparedness for naval war. Then there's part 2. Sea power in history, a nation exhausted by isolation, France under Louis XIV. The growth of British sea power, England after the Peace of Utrecht in 1715. The results of the 7 Years' War. 18th century formalism in naval tactics, the new tactics, Rodney and Deguchen, April 17th, 1780. Sea power in the American Revolution, Graves and de Grasse off the Chesapeake. The French Navy demoralized by the Revolution. Howe's victory on June 1st, 1794. Nelson's strategy at Copenhagen. England's first line of defence, the Battle of Trafalgar, the Nelson Touch, the battle, commerce warfare after Trafalgar, general strategy of the War of 1812, results of the Northern Campaign, lessons of the war with Spain, the possibilities of a fleet in being, the Santiago blockade, the fleet in being and the Fortress Fleet, the Port Arthur Squadron in the Russo-Japanese War, divided forces, and Rozelensky at Tsushima. Part 3, Naval and National Policies. Expansion and overseas bases, the annexation of Hawaii, application of the Monroe Doctrine, Anglo-American community of interests, changes in the United States and Japan, our interests in the Pacific, the German state and its menace, the bulwark of British sea power, advantages of insular position, Great Britain and the continental powers, bearing of political developments on naval policy and strategy, seizure of private property at sea, the moral aspect of war, the practical aspect of war, motives for naval power. And there's an appendix which includes a chronological outline, academic honours, published works, uncollected essays, and references. It's cool. Actually, that was an AI one. I've actually never heard of the wooden walls in AI. It's a colloquial term for the ships of line and the wooden sailing ships of the Age of Sail. Oh, no, the current Eskimo graving dock was built in 1924 by the Canadian government to a length of 500 metres, so it could easily accommodate. Was it wide enough at its gate to accommodate her? Because I said, it's not on the list of the Royal Navy's got in 1939. And the Royal Navy would presumably know if they could fit a ship into that harbour or not. So they've got some reason why Eskimo's not on the list for the Ark Royal. Take care, Wayne. Good luck with the FRA. My copy of the Royal Navy's Sino-Japanese incident 1957-41 arrived after I set off to my mum's, so not able to read till Wednesday evening. Then off to salute and exhale. Enjoy it. Ah. Well. Very nice, thanks, everyone. Very simple for you, though. Usually you have more detail in your questions. That's right. Who are the famous captains of the Spanish Armada in 1588? Francis Drake, Sir Walter Raleigh. They're the famous British ones. The famous... Trouble is, a lot of the famous Spanish officers had died. That's why the Duke de Medina Sidonia is in charge. Poor guy. Yeah. There must be a free version of these. I'm not sure, but let's be honest. If we open up again, if I open up again, orders. This book cost £14 on Kindle, £15 paperback. So whilst it's not cheap, it's not expensive. And you can buy this one. You can buy this one, and Julian the version of this, which is Julian Corbett's Principles of Maritime Strategy, for £30 currently. Frequently bought together, is the list they're saying at the moment. There's Cable, there's Richmond, Herbet Richmond, there's all sorts of people post Corbett and Mahan, and they are pretty darn good. Today, modern naval theorists, I would say Patalano, Lambert, Armstrong. There was, of course, also Gorshkov, who was the famous Soviet theorist. Benjamin Armstrong is one you want to look at for the US, especially amount. I would put him as a bit of a theorist. He might not, but I would say quite a lot of the work he does give you a good idea on strategy and theory. So, Alex, if you built a tribal, would you consider HMS Womble? Probably not, but that sounds a cool idea to think about. I don't know, can you think of a power even more unprepared for war than Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy? Fascist Spain? Soviet Union? There's a couple which are unprepared in 1939. That's, yeah, I would put that. Anyway, this book. So, there is a section I was tempted to read the introduction to you. Mainly because the introduction is written by a gentleman called Alan Westcott, who is a graduate of the United States Naval Academy in 1941, who compiled these books. But I actually decided, no, I wanted to read Mahan to you. And therefore, I decided to go to simply page 16. I was trying to think where to start. And one of the problems for us is that we have such an abridged version of Mahan really come across. I would always say Mahan's more about fighting the battles than Corbett is. But that's not all Mahan is about. Okay? And the reason Mahan's about that is because he's trying to sell sea power to a nation which doesn't understand sea power. and fundamentally has a problem at that time. And that's the thing. Corbett can afford to talk about the subtle things, etc., because Britain at that time understands sea power. The first and most obvious light in which the sea presents itself from a political and social point of view is that of a great highway, or better perhaps a wide common, over which men may pass in all directions, but on which some well-worn paths show that controlling reasons have led them to choose certain lines of travel rather than others. These lines of travel are called trade routes, and the reasons which have determined them are to be sought in the history of the world. Notwithstanding all the familiar and unfamiliar dangers of the sea, both travel and traffic by water have always been easier and cheaper than by land. The commercial greatness of Holland was due not only to her shipping at sea, but also to the numerous tranquil waterways which gave such cheap and easy access to our own interior and to that of Germany. This advantage of carriage by water over that by land was yet more marked in a period when roads were few and very bad, wars frequent, and society unsettled, as was the case 200 years ago. Sea traffic then went in peril of robbers, but was nevertheless safer and quicker than that by land. A Dutch writer at the time estimated the chances of his country in a war with England, notices, among other things, that the waterways of England failed to penetrate the country sufficiently. Therefore, the roads being bad, goods from one part of the kingdom to the other must go by sea and be exposed to capture by the way. As regards purely internal trade, this danger has generally disappeared, and at the present day, in most civilized countries now, the destruction or disappearance of the coasting trade would only be an inconvenience, although water transit is still the cheaper. Excuse me, I need a drink. I've just realised I haven't actually poured myself any liquid while talking to you all. I wondered why my voice was starting to go. There you go. Interesting. Mahan, of course, being a typical historian, has read others' histories. And is here talking about a Dutch gentleman who'd written many years ago about the likelihood of a war with England, and the fact that Britain has the same strategic issues it always has had, in that a lot of stuff goes by coastal trade. Thank you, Mahan. You've been known for 21 months. Thank you. Nevertheless, as late as the wars of the French Republic and the First Empire, those who are familiar with the history of the period, and the light naval literature that has grown up around it, know how constant is the mention of convoys stealing from point to point along the French coast, although the sea swarmed with English cruisers, and there were good inland roads. Under modern conditions, however, home trade is but a part of the business of a country bordering on the sea. Foreign necessaries or luxuries must be brought to its ports, either in its own or in foreign ships, which will return bearing in exchange the products of the country, whether they be the fruits of the earth or the works of men's hands. And it is the wish of every nation that this shipping business should be done by its own vessels. The ships that thus sail to and fro must have secure ports to which to return, and must, as far as possible, be followed by the protection of their country throughout the voyage. The protection in time of war must be extended by armed shipping. The necessity of a navy, in the restricted sense of the word, springs therefore from the existence of peaceful shipping. And this appears with it, except in the case of a nation which has aggressive tendencies, and keeps up a navy merely as a branch of the military establishment. As the United States has at present no aggressive purposes, and as its merchant service has disappeared, the dwindling of the armed fleet and the general lack of interest in it are strictly logical consequences. When for any reason sea trade is again found to pay, a large enough shipping interest will reappear to compel the revival of the war fleet. It is possible that when a canal route through the Central American isthmus is seen to be a near certainty, the aggressive impulse may be strong enough to lead to the same result. This is doubtful, however, because a peaceful, game-loving nation is not far-sighted, and far-sightedness is needed for adequate military preparation, especially in these days. As a nation with its unarmed and armed shipping launches forth from its own shores, the need is soon felt of points upon which the ships can rely for peaceful trading for refuge and supplies. In the present day, friendly, though foreign ports are to be found all over the world, and their shelter is enough while peace prevails. It was not always so. Nor does peace always endure, though the United States have been favoured by so long a continuance of it. In the earlier times, the merchant seaman, seeking for trade in new and unexplored regions, made his gains as a risk of life and liberty from suspicious or hostile nations, and was under great delays in collecting a full and profitable freight. He therefore intuitively sought out to the far end of his trade route one or more stations, to be given to him by force or favour, which he could fix himself or his agents in reasonable security, where his ships could be lie in safety, and where the mercantile products of the land could be continually collecting, awaiting the arrival of the home fleet, which should carry them to the mother country. As there was immense gain, as well as much risk, in these voyages, such establishments naturally multiplied, and grew until they became colonies, whose ultimate development and success depended upon the genius and policy of the nation from which they sprang, and from a very great part of the history, and particularly of the sea history of the world. All colonies had not the simple and natural birth and growth above described. Many were more formal and purely political in their conception and founding, the act of the rulers of the people rather than of the private individuals. But the trading station, with its after expansion, and the work simply of the adventurer seeking gain, was in its reasons and essence the same as the elaborately organised and chartered colony. In both cases, the mother country had won a foothold in a foreign land, seeking a new outlet for what it had to sell, a new sphere for its shipping, more employment for its people, and more comfort and wealth for itself. The needs of commerce, however, were not all provided for when safety had been secured at the far end of the road. The voyages were long and dangerous. The seas often beset with enemies. In the most active days of the colonizing, there prevailed on the sea a lawlessness, that very memory of which is now almost lost, and the days of settled peace between maritime nations were few and far between. Thus arose the demand for stations along the road, like the Cape of Good Hope, St. Helena, and Mauritius, not primarily for trade, but for defence and war. The demand for the possessions of posts like Gibraltar, Malta, Louisbourg, at the entrance of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, posts whose value was chiefly strategic, though not necessarily wholly so. Colonies and colonial posts were sometimes commercial, sometimes military in their character, and it was exceptional that the same position was equally important in both points of view, as New York was. In these three things, production, with the necessity of exchanging products, shipping, whereby the exchange is carried on, and colonies which facilitate large the operations of shipping and tend to protect it by multiplying points of safety, is to be found the key to much of the history, as well as the policy of nations bordering upon the sea. The policy has varied both with the spirit of the age and with the character and clear-sightedness of the rulers. But the history of the seaboard nations has been less determined by the shrewdness and foresight of governments than by conditions of position, extent, configuration, number, and character of their people, by what are called in a world natural conditions. It must, however, be admitted and will be seen that the wise or unwise action of individual men has at certain points and periods had a great modifying influence upon the growth of sea power in the broad sense, which includes not only the military strength afloat that rules the sea or any part of its force of arms, but also the peaceful commerce and shipping from which alone a military fleet naturally and healthily springs, and on which it securely rests. There you go. That's Mahan. That's his own writing. That's his reason for sea power. At what point in there does he talk about a battle? Morgan Mackenzie, not yet. I haven't done Mahan versus Lord Fisher yet. That's more appropriate with this book, which is the last, I think the last one on the list to read. And as you've just heard, Mahan is not talking about home waters trade. He's talking about distant trade as well. It's one of those things. In the nicest way, you have to remember, Mahan is sometimes used as, like Corbett is sometimes used as, the bogeyman. Basically, Mahan is set up. Yes, they has writing which talks about normal close-in trade and all those sort of things. But yeah, his core writing, he also has stuff talking about wider sea functions. So basically, as you've heard in this book, he's not talking all the time about battles. In fact, he's a long way from talking about the battles all the time. The trouble is, his most famous work, his earliest work, is often treated as his only work, and it's not. He wrote this for a very specific reason at a very specific time. Jacob, foreign ports are found all over the world. You wouldn't guess. True, but sometimes you need to state the blindingly obvious. Before we go, Mahan's not about battles. That was a consequence, not the point. You know, it's not about battles. Yeah. Pretty much. This is why Mahan's having a revival. Because the arguments which were made then, which justified and helped build up a naval power, need to occasionally be refreshed. And it's one of the reasons why I love going back to these theorists and talking about them, because more often than not, I sit there and go, so what have you all heard about Mahan? And then I give them a section. And I usually say Mahan and Corbett. What have you heard about Mahan and Corbett? And I will have a photocopied sections of each book of each of them, which I've carefully scrubbed the names from. Right? They're on similar topics. And I'll give them the sort of these two documents. I'll say they're labeled A and B, and I go, which one's Mahan, which one's Corbett, and they will always say whichever one is Corbett they will think is Mahan, and whichever one is Mahan they will think is Corbett, because I specifically pick the chapters which sound like the the wider, broader cultural understanding of the different authors. And I often point out, they go, look, what you have to remember is, what we remember about Mahan isn't what necessarily Mahan wrote. It's what the wider culture of his time picked up about Mahan. That's one of the reasons why I talk about battleships in the Mahan video on Tuesday, which came out on Wednesday. Because the US Navy and Congress decided to build battleships. But Mahan, if they'd been reading Mahan, they'd have built an equal number of cruisers as battleships, because they're equally important. But what they were seeking was a justification to build battleships because they wanted to be a big, powerful nation. And big, powerful nations have battleships. And so they use Mahan to justify their battleships, so they ignore the rest of his writing. When actually, he's far more creative. And with Corbett, he's remembered as the cruiser guy. Why? Because who is the Admiral at the time in the Royal Navy? Who's the first Sea Lord and the senior personality for most of the time? It's Fisher. who is obsessed, and you're going to hear me talking about it when talking about HMS Renown, which is coming out in a couple of weeks' time, as a key ship, you know. Renown is basically a proto-battle cruiser. And Fisher's obsessed with justifying that. So, which passages of Corbett get repeated around ad nauseum? They're the ones about trade and about commercial and cruising work. So we have this idea of the two being opposites, when actually they are, I would say, the different sides of the same coin. They're both saying the different things, but in different emphases because they're speaking to different audiences. But it's what those audiences pick out from their writing that is remembered, not what they're necessarily writing. And that's why it's important to go back and read them for yourself, because then you can learn what they actually wrote. And we'll do this one. Nathan, using your future knowledge, how would you convince the incoming Attlee Labour UK government that the multi-class would be a cheaper option than the stuff the RN has? Show them a budget. And literally show them pictures and cost estimates and just go, no, this is not sensible. Jeff, it seems to me that too much is made of the ultimate battle by too many important officers, emphasis Mahan first out of the phrase. Yes, and then when you actually look in his books, you find that that phrase is a very, very small phrase. It's picked up. From Chicago, there's like 4 paragraphs. I'd say 4 or 5 paragraphs, but yes, it's about the big battle, and it's what everyone is obsessed with. It's literally 1 page. It's pretty much 1 page in that book. Richmond, in the 1890s, the US Navy built a lot of gunboats and peace cruisers, but it's after 1900 you get mostly battlecruisers and battleships and destroyers. And almost no light cruisers. The peace cruisers, please don't go into them. Jeff, in only 3 times in modern naval history have such battles occurred: 1805, 1905, and 1944. I would add the glorious 1st of June and a couple of other battles to it, but yeah, there's about maybe one Roman battle which you can put into it. There's like 1 Japanese battle, there's about maybe a dozen battles in history. Oof. Maybe actually no, maybe just slightly more, maybe about 14 battles in history which actually do fit it. Almost all the US cruisers in the World War were not CAs, but from the 1890s. Yes, but as I did in the video, by the time you've got onto battleship number 11, you're getting onto cruiser number 4. Armoured cruiser number 4. Nice one. How did the development of steam engines impact naval warfare in the 19th century? I've done a whole video on that one, so I'm leaving that question. Alright, well, Blackburn Maximus, all I can say is, okay. But for some reason, the Royal Navy don't have it on their list. And they have Eskimo on their list for things, but they do not have it for Ark Royal. So they must have had a reason. I would have to go back to the book and try and the document, and try and find out what their reason was. But they didn't have Eskimo down as one of the ones they would want to, because it interests me because they didn't have the illustrious glass, they didn't have Ark Royal, but they had Unicorn down, Fred. Right. So next book, if I'm not mistaken, is Influence. Hang on, no. The Interests of America in Sea Power, Present and Future. Now, this is a very small book, but this is the sort of pamphlet, and it is. I kid you not. Oh, how long is that? Actually trying to find page numbers. Something I haven't noticed. There is no page numbers in this book. I've had it for over a year and I haven't noticed there's no page numbers. Oh, that's terrible. But no, this is written in 1897, as it is compiled in 1897. This is the preface, with Mahan's lovely face there. So just imagine a upright naval officer / academic saying this. Whatever interests may be possessed by a collection of detached papers, issued at considerable intervals during a term of several years, and without specific reference one to the other, or at first, with any view to the subsequent publication, depends as much upon the date at which they were composed and the composition of affairs that existed, as it does upon the essential unity of treatment. If such unity perchance be found in these, it will not be due to antecedent purpose, but to the fact that they embody the thought of an individual mind, consecutive in the line of its main conceptions, but adjusting itself continually to changing conditions, which progress of events entails. The author therefore has not sought to bring these papers down to the present date to reconcile seeming contradictions, if such there be, to suppress repetitions, or to weld into a consistent whole the several parts which in their origin were independent. Such changes as have been made extend only to phraseology, with the occasional modification of an expression that seemed to err by excess or defect. The dates at the head of each article show the time of its writing, not of its publication. The thanks of the author are expressed to the proprietors of the Atlantic Monthly, of the Forum and the North American Review, and of Harper's New Monthly Magazine, who have kindly permitted the replication of the articles originally contributed in their pages. Compiled by Mahan in November 1897. Now, here are the papers. The United States Looking Outward, the Hawaii and Our Future Sea Power, the Isthmus and Sea Power, Possibilities of an Anglo-American Reunion, the Future in Relation to American Naval Power, Preparedness for Naval War, a 20th Century Outlook, and the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea. So anyway, why isn't Knight posting AA stuff? He comprised 40 questions, some of which he wrote himself, and some of which he got AI put to get together, and I'm trying to figure out which are which. Why do you print a book without pages? I'm not sure, but it must have been the author's intent. Oh, look, there's a nice map with the Hawaii paper. But that's not the paper I'm looking for. The paper I'm looking for... And it's the problem with there being page numbers, I have no idea where this paper is, so give me a second to find it. I have a rough idea, because I know what section the book is in, but, you know. Page numbers do help you with finding stuff. Preparedness for Naval War, December 1896. The problem of preparation for war in modern times is both extensive and complicated. As in the construction of the individual ship, where the attempt to reconcile conflicting requirements has resulted, according to a common expression, in a compromise, the most dubious of all military solutions. Giving something to all and all to none. So preparation for war involves many conditions, often contradictory one to another, at times almost irreconcilable. To satisfy all of these passes, the ingenuity of the National Treasury, powerless to give the whole of what is demanded by the representative of the different elements, which in duly ordered proportion constitute a complete scheme of national military policy, whether for offence or defence. Unable to satisfy all, and too often equally unable to say, frankly, this one is chief, to it you others must yield, except so far as you can contribute to its greater sufficiency. Either the pendulum of the governments will swing from one extreme to the other, or in the attempt to be fair all round, all alike receive less than they ask, and for their theoretical completeness require, in other words, the contents of the national purse to be distributed instead of being concentrated upon a leading conception, adopted after due deliberation and maintained with conviction. The creation of material for war, under modern conditions, requires a length of time which does not permit the postponement of it into the hour of impending hostilities. This is being written in 1896, by the way. If you're thinking this is all stuff which could be said today, well, that's because some things don't change. To put into water a first-class battleship, fully armoured, within a year after the laying of her keel, as has been done lately in England, is justly considered an extraordinary exhibition of the nation's resources for naval shipbuilding, and there yet remain to be done the placing of her battery, and many other matters of principal detail essential to a readiness of sea. This time certainly will not be less for ourselves doing our utmost. War is simply a political movement, though violent and exceptional in its character. However sudden the occasion from which it arises, it results from antecedent conditions, the general tendency of which should be manifest long before the statesmen of any nation, and to at least the reflective portion of people. In such anticipation, such forethought, as in the affairs of common life, lies the best hope of the best solution, peace by ordinary diplomatic action, peace by timely agreement, while men's heads are cool and the crisis of fever has not been reached by the inflammatory utterances of an unscrupulous press to which agitated public apprehensions means increase of circulation. But while the maintenance of peace by sagacious prevention is the laurel of the statesman, which in failing to achieve except by force he takes from his own brow and gives to the warrior, it is none the less a necessary part of his official competence to recognise that in public disputes, as in private, there is not uncommonly on both sides an element of right, real or really believed, which prevents either party from yielding, and that it is better for men to fight than for the sake of peace to refuse to support their convictions of justice. How deplorable the war between the North and South, but more deplorable by far had it been that either had flinched from the maintenance of what it believed to be a fundamental right. On questions of merely material interest, men may yield on matters of principle. They may be honestly in the wrong, but a conviction of right, even though mistaken, if yielded without contention, entails a deterioration of character, except in the presence of force demonstrably irresistible, and sometimes even then. Death before dishonour is a phrase which at times has been abused infamously, but it nonetheless contains a vital truth. Here you go. It's worthwhile reading. It's a good collection. I wonder if that reason is that's the reason it doesn't have page numbers, because the modern press worry about it. Listen, if the RN had gone the Bristol Type 133 as its new carrier fighter when historically the Gossamer Sea came in, could this have developed in Britain as a British equal to the Vought F4U Consort? Type 133. I'm remembering from the specifications if what I think you're probably talking about. It has the potential. But that I would say with Gull Wings, etc., that's mainly what Supermarine are working on, not Bristol. So you'd probably need to have some sort of combination between them. Basically, British and American media hasn't been as great as we sometimes imagine it. People often say to me, there was a golden age of the press, and I go, well, if you read some of the stuff written in that period, you read some of the press themselves, you get this idea this golden age might not exist. Or at least, the golden age that there was more when you're looking at things from a sort of different angle. First female for Admiral of the USN. Wasn't it a surgeon? Hang on, no. It was the programmer, wasn't it? Arlene Dweck was the first female admiral in the United States. She was director of the U.S. Navy Nursing Corps. And there's also Grace Hopper, who was made an admiral because of her Naval Data Automation Command, an advisor to that. But the most senior USN admiral, I think, in terms of the most senior one, I think there has been, are the various vice admirals that they. Oh, well, hang on though. Yeah, I think none have got senior than a vice admiral at the moment. There's a couple of vice admirals at the moment. I have to admit, I think, was it Nancy who took over from? Was it Kelly who took over from Nancy? Oh, that's the US Naval Information Command. No, because they do look so like each other. First Admiral of the Royal Navy. Oh, good lord. That's an interesting one because I think there's a debate about Lord Howard. But the first Admiral of the Fleet that we do have is George Legge, Legge, who was made Baron of Dartmouth, who died in 1691 and was appointed Admiral of the Fleet in 1688. He was then succeeded by Edward Russell, who was the Earl of Orford, who I've discussed on this channel. And in 1696 it was Sir George Rooke. Those are the earliest senior officers we have. Okay. Hello everyone. Guests are now gone. Now listen to 1.5 speed and try and absorb everything that I missed. Hello, Jack Ray. Memory modifying itself on a cultural level. Yeah, that's pretty much what you have to do with some of these books. So, now of course time for the most important book, the big one which made it famous. This was actually his second publication. Please note, it's his second book. His first book doesn't go down as well. It's a second book. Hello, Andy. Enjoyed Hyder. No, I'm glad you enjoyed the Hyder, Doc. So, because they wanted bigger carriers than Langley. This, of course, is the famous one. And this book has a chapter in it called Discussions of the Elements of Sea Power. So, of course, Discussions of the Elements of Sea Power. It reads exactly as I just read from the earlier book. But it lists factors, okay? And the factors it lists: geographical position, physical conformation, extent of territory, number of population, national character, character of government, no point does it say battles in its characterization of sea power. And if we go to its chapter list, here's what he says about Trafalgar in the opening book, in the first pages of the book. And this is written, remember, back in, this version is from his 1889 publication. Nevertheless, a vague feeling of contempt for the past, supposed to be obsolete, combines with a natural indolence to blind men, even to those permanent strategic lessons which lie close to the surface of naval history. For instance, how many look upon the Battle of Trafalgar, the crown of Nelson's glory, and seal of his genius, as other than an isolated event of exceptional grandeur? How many ask themselves of the strategic question, how did the ships come to be just there? How many realise it to be the final act in a great strategic drama extending over a year or more, in which two of the greatest leaders that ever lived, Napoleon and Nelson, were pitted against each other? At Trafalgar, it was not Villeneuve that failed, but Napoleon that was vanquished. Not Nelson that won, but England that was saved. And why? Because Napoleon's combinations failed, and Nelson's intuitions and activity kept the English fleet ever on the track of the enemy, and brought it up in time at a decisive moment. The tactics of Trafalgar, whilst open to criticism in detail, were in their main features conformable to the principles of war, and their audacity was justified as well as by the urgency of the case as a result. But the great lessons of efficiency in preparation, of activity and energy in execution, and of thought and insight on the part of the English leader during the previous months are strategic lessons, and as such they still remain good. What's the point? Mahan, when he talks about a decisive battle, about the ultimate battle, about Trafalgar being this ultimate battle, is not talking about it as a terms of everything's about this one big battle. what Mahan is saying is that, hang on, this is an ultimate battle, is the combination of years of strategic meandering, and at this point, boom, it's a decisive battle. So it's not a decisive battle because of this, but it's the years come to head, and at that point, all those years' work is gone. You can no longer go back. You have to completely change your attack strategy. You have to completely change your modus operandi, because from that point onwards, things have been changed. And that's why you suddenly get a lot more battles than just Trafalgar and Tsushima being ultimate battles, once you start thinking of it from that perspective. I thought it was a Ren, but no, the Ren ranks were different. Not really. Honestly, Mahan used as many primary sources as anyone at the time. It's something, a criticism which is come later, not at the time. It's a criticism which has mostly come to the fore later about Mahan's use of primary and secondary sources. But Mahan is more of a theorist. He's looking at the practical application for education and naval education. He's not looking at it from necessarily a historian's perspective. And actually, please note, he compares Trafalgar with the Nile. Tromac, the British system beat the French system, was what Mahan's saying. Yes. And I dislike this. Yeah, you have to add it. You also have to remember this is a man trying to sell building a navy to the US Congress. You have to allow him a little bit of license with slightly florid linguistics. I.e., England was saved. Yeah. Napoleon had already started being lost, but you know. He also adds this note later on, again in this bit again, something gets forgotten in his definition of it. The brilliance of Nelson's fame, dimming as it does all of his contemporaries, and the implicit trust felt by England in him as one man able to save her from the schemes of Napoleon, should not of course obscure the fact that only one portion of the field was or could be occupied by him. Napoleon's aim, in the campaign which ended at Trafalgar, was to unite in the West Indies the French fleets of Brest, Toulon, and Rochefort, together with a strong body of Spanish ships, thus forming an overwhelming force which he intended should return together to the English Channel and cover the crossing of the French army. He next expected that, with England's interests scattered all over the world, confusion and distraction would arise from ignorance of the destination of the French squadrons, and the English navy be drawn away from its objective point. The portion of the field committed to Nelson was the Mediterranean, where he watched the great arsenal of Toulon and the highways alike to the east and to the Atlantic. This was inferior in consequences to Nova, and assumed additional importance in the eyes of Nelson from his conviction that the former attempts on Egypt would be renewed. Owing to this persuasion, he took at first a full step which was delayed his pursuit of the Toulon fleet when it sailed under the command of Villeneuve, and later was further favoured by long continuance of fair winds, while the English had headwinds. But while all this is true, while the failure of Napoleon's combinations must be attributed to the tenacious grip of the English blockade of Brest, as well as to Nelson's energetic pursuit of the Toulon fleet when it escaped to the West Indies and again its hasty return to Europe, the latter is fairly entitled to the eminent distinction which history has accorded it, and which is asserted in the text. Nelson did not, indeed, fathom the intentions of Napoleon. This may have been owing, as some said, to a lack of insight, but it may be more simply laid to the usual disadvantage under which the defence lies from the blow before the blow has fallen, of ignorance as to the point threatened by the offence. It is insight enough to fasten on to the key of the situation, and this Nelson rightly saw was the fleet, not the station. Consequently, his action has afforded a striking instance of how tenacity of purpose and untiring energy in execution can repair a first mistake and baffle deeply laid plans. His Mediterranean command embraced many duties and cares, but amid and dominating them all, he saw clearly the Toulon fleet as the controlling factor there, an important factor in any naval combination of the Emperor. Hence his attention was unwaveringly fixed upon it, so much so that he called it his fleet, a phrase which has somewhat vexed the sensibilities of French critics. This simple and accurate view of the military situation strengthened him in taking the fearless resolution and bearing the immense responsibility of abandoning his station in order to follow his fleet. Determined thus on pursuit, the undeniable wisdom of which should not obscure the greatness of the mind that undertook it, he followed so vigorously as to reach Cadiz on his return a week before Villeneuve entered Ferrol, despite unavoidable delays arising from false information and uncertainty as to the enemy's movements. The same untiring ardour enabled him to bring up his own ships from Cadiz to Brest in time to make the French fleet there superior to Villeneuve's had the latter persisted in his attempt to reach the neighbourhood. The English were inferior in aggregate numbers of vessels to the Allied fleets, were by these sensible reinforcements of 8 veteran ships put into the best possible position strategically, as will be pointed out in dealing with similar situations in the War of the American Revolution. Their forces were united in one great fleet in the Bay of Biscay, interposed between the 2 divisions of the enemy in Brest and Ferrol, superior in number to either singly, and with a strong probability of being able to deal with one before the other could come up. This was due to the action all round on the part of the British authorities, but above all other factors in the result stands Nelson's single-minded pursuit of his fleet. The interesting series of strategic movements ended on the 14th of August, when Villeneuve, in despair at reaching Brest, headed for Cadiz, where he anchored on the 20th. As soon as Napoleon heard of this, after an outburst of rage against the Admiral, he at once dictated the series of movements which resulted in Ulm and Austerlitz abandoning his purposes against England. The Battle of Trafalgar, fought October 21st, was therefore separated by a space of 2 months from the extensive movements, of which it was nevertheless the outcome. Isolated from them in point of time, it was nonetheless the seal of Nelson's genius, affixed later to the record he had made of the near past. With equal truth, it is said that England was saved at Trafalgar, though the Emperor had then given up his intended invasion. The destruction he had there emphasised and sealed the strategic triumphs which had noiselessly foiled Napoleon's plans. Here you go. What was naval strategy used in the American Civil War? Blockade. Basically, that's it. Blockade and amphibious assault. Blockade and amphibious assault. Occasionally attempts to try and break the blockade. So, what's everyone thought about Mahan so far? Has it intrigued you? Have you... even sometimes I have often said, because it's easier for me to use them as the points of reference and to set up a discussion, I will still use Mahan as the battle-orientated one and Corbett as the cruiser-orientated one. And because, to an extent, that, to be fair, is sort of in their writing. But it's not so much as is portrayed in the cultural understanding of their writing. Why would a Royal Navy Malaya division use mostly fast attack craft? Aircraft and craft do not can be singular and multiple. They do not need you'd never add an S. There is no such thing as aircrafts. In fact, if you are on aircrafts, that means you are doing some probably doing some crafts in the air, i.e. crafts as in making things. So if you are crafting while in the air, if there are multiple people doing crafting in the air, different types of it, you know, maybe someone's doing basket weaving, someone's doing knitting, etc. Those are air crafts. If you are just talking about multiple aircraft, i.e. many planes, it's aircraft, and it's the same with craft. And I know you didn't probably mean to write that, but it is one of my bête noirs. I have been known to on Twitter randomly go, I do enjoy your points, you're lovely, but please note, there is no need for an S after the aircrafts. Morgan Mackenzie, I think Amazon loves you for making me buy books. Yeah. Blackburn Maximus, I think I need to buy his books. That is the point I often make about these people, and when we get onto Corbett and other people, it's going to be a case of, look, you buy the books because, frankly, that's the only way you're going to get the actual full content. The rest of the time, you're just getting people's perception of what they've written. So, he's an advocate for copying the British plan of naval power, but in an American way. Pretty much. He seems to be selling to a certain set of people and it makes them quite flowery. The people then seem to be taking what they want from it. Yep. Here is the question tweet. Thank you. You don't need to buy Mahan. Project Gutenberg. Yeah, but, you know, this if you buy them, you get the physical book. I like having the physical book. Primarily, I like having the physical book because sometimes you have to go bat. Don't actually hit the student, just do it on the desk in front of them. I won't do that because that'll make a noise on the microphone for you all. And go, read it! And you don't want to do that with a Kindle. You break the Kindle. You won't break the book. Why would the Royal Navy Malaya Division use mostly fast attack craft, fast patrol boats, and patrol boats? As they did a ship, they would, and I get 22 fast attack craft, 10 fast patrol boats, and 24 patrol boats. Probably because of the nature of the waters they're in. If we consider the Malaya Division and the amount of infrastructure they have to support things and their needs, they're mostly looking at inshore littoral work, and probably those vessels will do most of their jobs for them. Lyman Fisher, it's a shame there's so many scalpels on the mountains in Canada, like Japanese crews in the Pacific War, but doing 348 to 472 Canadian dollars. Man, look, print out and put it in a binder. Then I have to spend money printing out and putting it in a binder and time. And it still doesn't look as cute as the book. And plus, if I'm chucking binders at people, then I have to carry the binder into university with me, and that takes up less space in the bag than the binder would. So, next book. And this is going to prepare to blow your brains probably a little bit more. Okay? I'm going to apologize now because this is something you won't have heard of. There are many books that are random, and I'm quite proud of this one because this particular version was translated and edited by Eugenia C. Kiesling, who is a lecturer at the US Army Academy. Okay? So she's a lecturer at the same institution that Mahan's father worked at. She translates the work of a French admiral who's inspired by Mahan, is trying to update the Jules Lecole with the lessons of World War I in the 1920s to make the case for the French Navy. Let's bring on What's the worst part of being a lecturer while teaching students? Honestly, I would say the worst part I found was that I come from a huggy family. We are not good at dealing with emotions, and when people are crying, we hug them. And of course, as a lecturer, I can't do that. But you get all sorts of students coming to you because they trust you with their emotional problems, and the most I'm allowed to do, and this I usually go, try and find someone else to give them a hug. If they're friends around, go help them out a bit, sort of thing. But the other option is occasionally go, okay, I'm allowed to do a quick half hug, which is literally cross the shoulders, tap, and down. And even that's with permission. I go, do you need... Look, normally I get someone else, but do you need a bit of a hug? Because that's about the range of things I can do if they're absolutely bawling and upset. But that's the stuff. I'm there to help them, and I want to help them and make their life a bit better. And the emotional range I have is not really good enough. I might be the only boy in 40 cousins, but literally my limitations are hug and here's a cup of tea. Or Coke. Or Iron Bro, as in soft drink. So basically, here's a drink, here's chocolate, and hug. That is my entire emotional repertoire. I am quite happy to put my hand up here and say I am not that great. Okay, we all have our limitations. That is one I have tried to work on, but really I'm not that great. What I'm hearing is that a good doctor needs a military-grade hardened Kindle. That would break the desk. Steve Clarke, Alex, questions. What happens to a radar antenna struck by lightning? If a radar antenna is struck by lightning, it tends to blow a lot of fuses. But they tend to have it earthed to an extent, but it tends to blow fuses and cause all sorts of fun. Nice. What is the difference between an oil tanker and a naval tanker? Layers and layers of organisation, and also the fact that one will have the capability to refuel things underway at sea, while the other one tends to not. Take care, Leslie. When Lambert's 1812 book came out, I couldn't get a copy in the US. It was on Amazon for an ATM and a leg from a private bookseller's. First time, years ago, we had a professor who was slamming his hand on the filing cabinet to make a dramatic point. We removed, loosened the screws. First time he hit the cabinet, the cabinet collapses. Like, a hanky might come in handy too. No, we're not allowed to give out those. They might transfer germs. It's basically they've got to be disposable. They've got to be disposable tissues. Shaking hands is sort of allowed, but you know. Yeah, the fluffy research assistant with me is with me. There is one uni I used to teach at where I could take the fluffy research assistant with me, and it was rare it would happen, but it was on days when the family was out and they couldn't take the dog with them, and because the dog usually stays home with mum and looks after her, or would be dropped off. And so I would take the fluffy research research assistant with me, and I swear some people just invented emotional problems to hug the dogs until I said, you can just hug the dog. The dog doesn't mind. You don't need an excuse to hug it. It's quite happy to be hugged. Right, so let's make sure this is right. Yeah, 10, because we've actually started about 10. That's right. My emotions are offering drinks, food, and hugs. Yes, it's. To be fair, it's the kind of. There is a fairly large amount of, in my experience, history inclined personnel, both genders. Oh no, yeah. Who basically that is the range of their emotional language. Has there been a doctoral candidate who didn't cry with their advisor? I don't think I ever cried with Andrew. Usually, most doctoral students don't tend to cry. They tend to, by that point, be quite ready and stoic. But it tends to be the younger students who have, well, how to put it? That usually I find in experiences, unless it's a familial matter or something which comes outside the university, internally to university, you have many points where you can intervene in problems before you get to the point at which you're crying. And hopefully, as you go through the system, you learn where those off ramps are, so you deal the problem before it gets to that level. Colin Cameron, Doc, with no Mahan, do you think the US would have built a force designed for blockade running, already based on the experience of the revolution in 1812 wars? Doubtful. Honestly, I wonder if they'd have built anything at all. So, Mike, I had a physics teacher who got a puppy one year. You were allowed to take the puppy for a walk after you finished your classwork. Apparently, the puppy was exhausted and he had never seen so much work get done in class. Yeah, I used to have I used to have students who weren't in my class turn up to those lectures. I swear, a WhatsApp message or something, a text tree went out going, Clarke has his dog with him. Enjoy Kent Uni. That sounds like a good one, Jack Ray, to me. So, this is, as said, written by Admiral Raoul Castex. Now, these are essays compiled by Raoul, originally published in Theory Strategies, volumes 1 to 5, published between 1931 and 1939, by the Société d'éditions Géographiques Maritimes et Coloniales. This version was printed in 1994 by the US Naval Institute. By the way, you should know there are some of the titles. I won't read all the titles of the chapters in it, but under Part 2, Strategic Maneuver. Generalities about Strategic Maneuver. German operations in North Sea, 1914 to 1916. German operations in North Sea, 1914 to 1916 continued. Strategic Maneuver in our day. The action of policy on strategy. The reaction of strategy of policy. The least bad compromise, the influence of geography in naval warfare, colonial expansion and naval strategy. Part 4, internal factors, the offensive, the defensive, the attack and defense of communication. Part 5, the sea versus the land, combined operations and strategy, the theory of perturbation, and the perturber and the sea. Now, I would say that Admiral Castex is actually quite a, how do I put this, prolific publisher. However, very little of his work has been translated. Well, let me put it this way. Some of his work has been translated into English, and I've read some of the French. It's written in what I would call high 1930s French. So it's sort of like high Edwardian English, okay? So it's interesting. It's definitely got some ideas from Clausewitz's High Prussian in there, but I would then go on. There are some English translations out there of some of the other works. There is incredible variance in the quality of translations. This is a very good translation because it is primarily done by another historian, by someone who works in theory and strategy, and so it's very well done because it's someone who's looked at what the meaning is, translating the meaning of the words rather than the definition of the words. So it's very good. Yes, Colin. Units kill Rush Waters. In a nice way, the radar units will kill Fitbits faster than that. Now, 248. Thankfully, this does have page numbers. Chapter 12. The Least Bad Compromise. Policy and strategy act independently and without coordination. As in classical mechanics, they achieve an equilibrium that is simply a compromise between their contradictory requirements and desires. The position of the compromise, whether it is closer to demands of policy or of strategy, depends upon the forces in play. Moreover, no solution ever wholly satisfies anyone. Always, an imperfect outcome, compromise offers inconveniences as well as advantages. The diverse compromise imaginable can be evaluated. Some are more or less good, others more or less bad, and among all there is one that is, if not the best, at least the least bad. The human weakness and errors conspire to ensure that this least bad compromise will very rarely be achieved in practice. Does not permit us to avoid necessary and constructive effort of seeking to identify it by examining the lessons of the past. Let us first identify the parties. On one plane we find the twin sisters, policy and strategy. The first is directed by the organ of the state devoted to foreign affairs, the second by the military or naval high command. Above both policy and strategy is their common ancestor, the nation's will to fight. The national will is represented by a plan of action or, in a time of war, by a war plan. The plan lies in the exclusive domain of the government. The problem is to establish contact and liaison between the plan of action or war plan, between policy and strategy. As we already observed, one cannot conceive of relations between persons or entities unless they exist. But do the government's war plans or plans of action, diplomats' policy, and the strategy of the generals always exist? The answer depends on whether or not the nation is at war. In wartime, one can answer the question affirmatively. Nations at war are driven by an inexorable and sometimes tragic necessity to struggle in every domain. In peacetime, however, things are often very different. While nations that are expanding and conquering, or are threatened by serious perils, manifest a peacetime collaboration of policy and strategy almost as active as that in time of war, otherwise joint planning falls into a deep sleep. Strategy is the favoured sister, and can more or less escape the fate of disappearing altogether in peace. Peacetime strategy can be uninspired, incomplete, ill-conceived, but it will not disappear altogether because military forces continue to exist and strategy controls their maintenance, future and training. Strategy must concern itself with possible future employment and can never be completely extinguished. That the military always retains a certain level of activity explains why a nation's will to struggle and awareness of the struggle requisites ordinarily find refuge in the military during periods when the people as a whole no longer feel need to protect their existence. Moreover, the military bears a heavy weight of responsibility in times of trouble. But strategy, though it continues to exist in uncertain vacillating form in peacetime, will not always find in the government's plan of action the support, nourishment, and inspiration that it has the right to expect. The phrase government war plan often appears in the treaties of specialists, but rarely corresponds to anything real. Like the Great Sea Serpent, many people speak of the government war plans, but no one has ever seen it, and one is not very confident of its existence. It is not that the government renounces all peacetime control over the military command and naval strategy. Ministers often return from cabinet meetings to announce to the army or navy chief staff, "My dear general," or "My dear admiral, the government has instituted this or that policy. Operate accordingly." But these interventions usually concern urgent problems. Government action rarely begins with the premeditated, methodically analysed, long-term prognostications developed through a process of leisured thought and some implemented with consistency and perseverance. Government influence will rather be discontinuous, hesitant, sporadic, and empirical. Acting in fits and starts and living from day to day has little to do with planning. One ought not to be surprised by this state of things. Politicians do not generally operating in conditions permitting the development of large-scale plans or action of war plans. Most of them lack the necessary special training, both technically and moral, and even if they had such an education, that reasoned argument could replace rhetoric. Ministerial instability would deprive them of the time necessary to undertake any useful large-scale work. However good their intentions, politicians find their ephemeral periods in office dominated by current affairs, by political struggles, by agitations in their Parliamentary Assemblies Act. Such an atmosphere is not conducive to devising a major political and military plan. Well, Mahan was basically cynical about the press. Castex is basically going, yeah, we can have strategy, but really strategy doesn't work without policy, and we can't get policy because these guys are never going to produce it. To avoid serious inconveniences that result from the lack of peacetime government policies, countries have sometimes fought to reinforce their government with an institution capable of furnishing the elements it lacks: competence, stability, and permanence. Examples are the Conseil Supérieur de la Défense Nationale in France and Britain's Committee of Imperial Defence. We'll discuss these in greater detail later in this chapter. These institutions not only provide political policy stability, at least in theory, but reinforce the executive and coordinate the ministerial departments in addressing specific tasks. For such an organ to achieve the desired results, it must exercise the full measure of the attribution that logically belong to it. On such a level, the National Defence Council must ensure the cooperation of diverse ministries to achieve the purpose of the war. It must manage the wartime function of the wheels of government and administration, economic mobilisation, industrial mobilisation, transport communication act. All of this is important, but a National Defence Council cannot, however, limit itself to the sphere of organisation, supply and administration. Using the language of the General Staff, these are matters for the First Bureau. The Council must take up the challenge of reasoning, to save the staff jargon at the Third Bureau level, and concern itself with operations, as operations are to be understood at the high echelons of government and nation. It is with this operational focus that I would like to see our CSDN pose and resolve questions like the following. What are France's interests? What is the best direction in which to focus French effort? How should we pursue our historic development and the work of our predecessors? Where should we struggle for profit to improve the present situation? Where, on the other hand, should we resist to conserve what we have? Whence are the most dangerous threats likely to come? To what attacks are we particularly exposed? What should we do to meet our needs, be they positive or negative, expansionist or conservative? What specific plans stem from those needs? What are the appropriate political, military, maritime, colonial, economic, moral plans for the situation? Yeah. Read it and you will understand why I say what I say when I'm talking about the French and the fall of France. Honestly, you couldn't have a better informed source than Castex. You couldn't have someone who's certainly more verbose and public with it. And yeah, he basically tells you, yeah, this is why France falls. Alright, so are you guys copying down the questions I've been asking tonight so Doc won't forget? So far I think I've managed to get most of them. How did the innate defeat of the Spanish Armada impact the future of naval warfare? It really didn't, other than probably making fregate and ships of the line come about more often, slightly more quickly, because the firepower was realised to be more decisive, and it was noted that ship cannon were a lot better at firing at sea than land cannon because of the different shapes of their carriages. We've got more books coming, but yeah. Strategic theories. I've got all these books. I was planning on doing about 3 to 4 hours tonight, so I'm going to be going on for at least another half an hour, probably longer, because I've got 3 more books to go. And a ship cannon and land cannon, what's the difference? It's the difference in the shape of the carriage. A ship's cannon will be a shorter carriage, designed to sort of operate in sort of the confined space of a ship. So if you've ever seen sort of the carriage on a HMS Victory, etc., how those cannon are mounted, that's sort of shorter carriage. Whereas a land cannon, a carriage, is designed to be able to be moved on land. So it's going to have bigger wheels for starters, not the smaller wheels. It's going to tend to have a flat, a sort of brake system which will come down. It might well be designed for being moved by horses or oxen when it's on land and being pulled around by people. So it's got all sorts of things in it which make it difficult for using on a ship. If you're doing the BJ stuff, I'm going to write. I'm not getting the BJ stuff, but there's a reason I'm not getting the BJ stuff. My copy of his newest version of Mahan book hasn't arrived, and I'm not going to use my old one. So, in the nicest way, I ain't got the new edition yet of his book yet. So no, but I will when it arrives, I will read from his new book, a new edition of his new book. Okay? So that one's not a pull for trigger. That's not coming tonight. I haven't got it. It's ordered. It's on its way. It's not here yet. But Maximus, you'll be needing a semi-truck to move your book collection if you decide to move. Yeah, we'll be needing a lot of space to move books, because you have to remember, it's not just my book collection, it's my sister's as well, and my mum's. So you think, I have probably the biggest of the 3 of us. But that's basically like saying, yeah, you know, between a 16 and a quarter, a 16 inch, a 16 and a quarter inch, and a 16.5 inch gun. Yeah, the 16.5 inch is the biggest. Do you want to be hit by any of the 3 of them? No. You don't? So, no, nicest way. I would say my sister's probably in that scenario, is the 16 inch. My mum's the 16 and a quarter, and I'm the 16.5 in terms of the number of books. Fortress cannon tend to be depends on who's built the cannon and who's manning it. If it's being built with a naval cannon by a Britain, they're often put on naval carriages. But if they're built by the army somewhere in the world, they tend to have land carriages. Covers land carriage transfers the recoil to the ground, ship carriage to the rope arrestor system. As time goes on, certainly, yes. I would say the good thing about this one and this book is if you follow the link you'll find below, it's about £5 in the UK. Yeah, it's £7.41 for a hardcover directly from Amazon. There are used from £5 and a collectible from £15. There are about 12 books currently for sale. In terms of the Brice one, we'll get to that in a sec. We'll get to that last today. Yeah, we're thinking of moving because honestly, well, it's one of those options because we need to do something with the house. My mum's arthritis is not going to get any better. And I've made the point that whilst I was planning on moving back out again, it would be more sensible for us to buy a property whereby it's going to sound strange. I could have a guest house or use the nanny. What's got in the UK something called a granny flat or something like that. You know, you can sort of get ones which have sort of extra accommodations, and that's fine for me as long as I have an office space. I have a bedroom, a bathroom, kitchenette, those sort of things. I don't need much space for me. And I'm happy to stay there for longer than necessarily move out into my own house if we can find a space which is also suitable for my mum and sister. And that's the thing, because really we need a place which doesn't have stairs for my mum. If we're being honest. We either need to put a lift, or we need to put a lift into this house. And which will need to be done before I could move out, because it's honestly not good for Mum having to go up and downstairs because her arthritis has got so much worse. And you didn't really realise how much worse it was getting during COVID until she tried to go back to the gym. Because she used to go to the gym, because I used to go to the gym daily, and I'm trying to get back to that, but I'm not anywhere near getting back back to daily yet. But I'm back to sort of doing once or twice a week. A couple of weeks I managed to go 3 times. Even one week I've got 4 times. So I'm getting back there, but I'm not anywhere near like where I used to be. And not doing the length of time I used to do. My mum used to go with me twice a week to help keep her arthritis down. During COVID, of course, both my mum and sister have severe asthma. So they were of the group of, you do definitely not want anything near COVID, because you get a cold, you're in hospital on some machines. You do not want to get this. So my mum didn't go to the gym for years and hasn't gone out, etc. And now trying to get back in. She's not going to be able to re-get it back up to that. She's probably going to have operations, and she's not going to be able to get back up to that level again. So yeah. What can I say? It's going to be... We're probably going to have to move. But Mum, sister, not sure they're thinking about it. And the other option is put in lifts in this house and all those things. But either way, we have to sort it all out. But we do need a bungalow or a single-level ranch house, as Bitron said. And how many books do you have, Doc? My Excel spreadsheet goes down a very long way, is all I'll say, and I don't think that's completely accurate. So would I be correct in thinking that the Iron would have had the manpower to crew 3 Admiral and 3 courageous carriers, Eagle, Hermes, and Argus? Yes, because you have to remember they cut a huge amount of manpower after World War One. So honestly, to keep a few hundred extra is not going to cause them that much trouble. Rapper raise back, that's not funny. Sorry, would it be correct, Doc, that even if the British were producing their own aircraft carrier that were as good as the US had, they'd probably use the Lend-Lease equipment, as that would be a very useful thing to have one way around? Yeah, because the nicest way, UK's getting bombed. All those things. As I said, I think in the video, I think the UK could start the World War II with a better fighter, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were calling on the Americans for their next generation fighter to come in 1942X. Blackman Maximus, why is it the HMS Warrior could have 68-pounder cannon, but most Napoleonic ships wouldn't go above 32-pounder cannon? Metallurgy. Oh, it's a shame you built your office now to think about moving. It is a shame, but I'll miss it, but I'll build another one. And I'll take the desk with me, I'll take fridge, all these things with me. In the end, it'll be shelves behind me that'll of course be left behind. But family comes first. And quality of life for the family matters. And this is a lovely house. It's been the family home. It's where I thought of as the family home for all my life. They moved in here before I was born. This house has never belonged to anyone but my family. My mum has been its sole owner for its entire history. And, even my sister spent most of her life with this as her home, and she's my older sister. So, yeah, it'll be a big thing to move. But as I said, I don't see an option, because otherwise we have an option whereby Mum's quality of life is not what it needs to be. So it's either build a lift, put in a lift and set it all up like that, or find a single level property somewhere. Oh, good lord, 9681, that's a massive question. Who are some of the most and least famous admirals and naval heroes in Royal Navy history? Wouldn't you agree that any historical artifact claim should have evidence to back it up? You would hope so, but you always have to remember what can be evidence in one perspective can be disputed evidence in another perspective. And look, how many books would you have if you got all loaned students' copies back? Well, I've worked out in the office behind me, on the shelves behind me, I have about half my collection. And in the office, I have each of those shelves behind me has roughly 300 books on them. Roughly. For each level. And there are 3 levels up there. And then there are 2 levels down below, which have roughly have a few more books on them because they're deeper. So we are probably dealing with, in this office, somewhere in the region of 1,600 books. And then I have probably about the same again in my bedroom. And then I have boxes in the attic and the boxes in the mini attic above the garage. And I have about 100 books out with various students at the moment. So, yeah. Alfred, man, how you doing? Sounds like you've been having fun. Right. So, this book is especially appropriate at the moment because I looked it up recently because it's one of the books I've got which was edited by James Goldrick. James Goldrick was another naval theorist. He's recently died. He was an Australian Admiral. And a really, really cool guy. Really, really cool. Really nice to know and a really great historian. And he's recently died. And he's going to be discussed in this week's Build Trumps. Vision, Dad is enclosing my money in the shed for my books and his Etsy inventory. Right now, the front porch has several dozen books. Sometimes, speaking of family, might be driving Mum into the hospital to get her hip checked. She's been lame all weekend. Take her. Oh, trust me, from personal experience. It's the most annoying thing of not having my own car at the moment, that I cannot just chuck my mum in the car. And before anyone thinks I wouldn't really do that, no, I have, in the past, picked her up and put her in the car when she's been refusing to go, taken to the hospital, and the people in the hospital have usually turned around and gone, "Why didn't you come in here about a week ago?" When it was a small niggling pain. She went, "I don't want to cause any trouble." Well, yeah, now it's going to be a big trouble to fix it. We're going to have to buy some things to move. Now, Mahan is not enough. The Proceedings of a Conference on the Works of Sir Julian Corbett and Admiral Sir Herbet Richmond, edited by James Goldrick and John B. Hattendorf. And it's interesting when Mahan is the reference point for the analysis. This is what James Goldrick has said on the subject of the discussion raised by Sumida and Rosenberg. Now, those are very, very interesting, and it's a very good paper. Let me just find the title of the actual paper so you can look up the title of the paper. Yeah. And it starts off with this ultimate thing. This is from John Sumida, who was one of the people who just presented his paper. I want to start off with a little personal anecdote. About 5 years ago, I was in a used bookstore in Bethesda, Maryland, where I noticed Alfred Thayer Mahan's Naval Strategy, an original copy, which I didn't have. I immediately plunked down my $75, bought it home, and upon opening the cover, found the inscription, "To Rear Admiral Stephen B. Luce, with grateful recollection and cordial regards of the author." This was remarkable, for here was Mahan's presentation copy to his mentor and patron. This was not, however, the only surprise. As I turned the pages, I discovered that they were uncut. Luce, it seemed, didn't read this stuff either. I used that as my introduction to my exploration of my question of what is the influence of historical writing or historical-based strategic theory on making policy or discussion of policy. James Goldrick. If the first question of the conference concerned the proper function of the naval historian in relation to contemporary navies, that question was at least comprehensively examined, even if the answer was by no means clear. My own assessment is that naval historians serve best by applying the rigorous practices and standards of his craft to illuminate the past. It is possible, as Corbett demonstrated, to define principles of action which can be tools in aiding assessment of past policies and their results. But historical principles do not necessarily translate into contemporary realities. An historian who makes the attempt must himself necessarily be mutating into something different for the period in which he is so occupied. This is not to deny that historians can provide advice on contemporary policy issues.
They have a clear role to play. There is an aphorism in that history, however written, provides no answer to present problems. Rather, it suggests the first questions which should be asked in any attempt to define the solutions. For this and for other reasons, intellectually credible strategic studies cannot ostensibly exist without a solid foundation of historical analysis. That, and the analogy, in this case, is not one of the bricks without mortar strategy, without historical perspective, is more accurately mortar without bricks. The essential point, as implied by Don Schumann in his comments from the floor, is that the value of history, both for its own sake and as a tool for other purposes, depends upon the academic discipline with which the historian approaches his work. This judgment was key to both Corbett and Richmond's attitudes to the role of naval history in the formation of contemporary policy. Richmond emphasized again and again that he regarded history as a means to an end, but to an end that was indirect. He studied history as part of his personal training as a thinker and planner on naval matters, and his professional priorities always lay with contemporary issues. His espousal of history as a tool for education within the Navy had some justification. As a naval officer, he valued history not just for its own sake, but for its part in forming intellect. He also regarded history, particularly that relating to the Royal Navy and its contribution to British security, as a continuum, which led directly into contemporary issues. He sought not so much to draw lessons out of history, but to establish the context in which credible policies should evolve. Richmond, particularly in his later years, wrote much apparent ephemera to the expense of historical analysis of significance, because he believed that his real duty, in or out of the Royal Navy, lay in attempting to influence contemporary rational security policy. Dan Bow is right to suggest that Richmond was never a journalist, but he remained an analyst of the maritime strategies of his day. This explains the difficulty which other historians sometimes have in judging Richmond on his own ground, but the Admiral's position is something which we must understand if we are to suggest that there is any place for naval history in education of naval officers, a second preoccupation of this conference. There you go. I wouldn't say we're mutants, but we are certainly how do I put this? We are certainly sort of specialists. Historians have to be. And I know many great historians, and the first thing you realise when you're talking with them is that it's a joy to actually know them. It really is an honour. That they have to understand a lot of information. It's one of the reasons I enjoy doing the alternate history works. I have to admit, because it's a test of your understanding. It's a test of your knowledge. And that's something worth doing. It's a test to know how much understanding do I really have of what was going on in that time. How much do I really know? Because when you're doing an alternate history question, you have to know it. Forwards, backwards, sideways. You can't afford to miss anything. And it's a great test of your knowledge and of going, hang on, what gaps have I got here? What do I need to go? So for me, that's why I enjoy doing the alternate history questions, because it allows me to not be comfortable in my area. It allows me to go think, hang on, what do I not know? I can't answer this question because I don't know what answer to that one is. I think for both myself and Drakenafel, it's basically there are these very large moving lorries in the UK, and you can hire a small fleet of them. And I think you would need the whole fleet of them and the movers. The idea of self-moving it all, or just getting friends to help, seems a little bit impossible. It's not a viable option. You're gonna need professional movers, especially if we're moving everything that we are planning on doing so. You know, it's. Oh, good lord! Who was the first naval officer to fly across the Atlantic Ocean? Again, do you mean as a passenger? In which case, I think it was at that time, was it Rear Admiral Bell or Captain Bell? But you know, it's do you mean fly as in fly a plane across, or fly as in fly as a passenger? Probably about all of them. Let's be honest, it's probably a fleet, a task force, it's probably everything of the lorries. So, our two bonus books for this evening, which are not really Mahan related, but they are the Royal Navy and the Sino-Japanese Incident, 1937-41, by Martin H. Brice. You will find a link to this down below because it's roughly £7. And it's basically, if you want, like the Tribals book was, a really interesting insight into what was going on in the Sino-Japanese conflict going between 1937-41 and the Royal Navy, what they were getting up to and what they were seeing about it. It's there. It is there. It's a really interesting book to read, this one. And it's got little drawings in it, it's got pictures in it, which, honestly, I've never seen produced anywhere else. And that was something interesting to me, to find pictures in a book which, you know, I was expecting them to sort of have them, but, you know, these pictures, he's got them from naval officers involved. He's got them from Vice Admiral Sir Patrick Bailey. He's got the Thayer at Hong Kong, which was the accommodation ship in Hong Kong. You've got Sakala on the West River. You've got Sandpiper. You have Diamond and Soot Brook exercising off Wei Hai Wei. Destroyer, honestly, a trawler. RN versus USN shooting competition going on in Stonecutters Island, Hong Kong. Now, that's something I had never seen before, but that's from H.E.J. Regular. Cape Town Ships Company have 30 minutes PT after divisions in Xingwantou. Falcon and Wangtang and Mahel Anchorage in the Upper Yangtze. Turn at Chungking winter level and summer level, the differences. This is the same house, by the way. At the summer level, you can see the ship is right next to it. Winter level, there is no way you're getting the ship in there. Japanese armoured motorboat captures a small Chinese gunboat at Tangkou. Then we have caskets containing the ashes of the first Japanese soldiers killed in the war, beginning their journey home. Grimsby's medical officer treating a Chinese woman injured by Japanese bombardment at Tangkou in August 1937. Cape Town's, this is HMS Cape Town and Hong Kong, and this is their side party girls at Hong Kong. Not sure what that was about, but it's interesting to find out. Iduzmo and Mandru in Shanghai in August 1937. The Cayenne Boom in Yangtze. And it's just full of these pictures. Evacuees at Shanghai in 1937. HMS Delight berthing alongside Dane after ferrying troops to Shanghai from Wusun, August 1937. President Hoover bombed on the Yangtze estuary. The President Hoover, of course, was a vessel in August 1937. The Anne Lee at Hong Kong after typhoon. This is HMS Suffolk in dry dock in Hong Kong, with Union Jack identification letters painted fore and aft. You can't see that in the picture necessarily. Unless I get a lot closer, you can sort of see it. But yeah, there's Union Jack painted on her. All sorts of things there. And it's a really, really cool bit of history. This is HMS B during an air raid on Nanking, November 1957, being the Yangtze flagship. She's more accommodation than the other boats, and you can see she's quite close to the bombing. And that's the flagship of the Yangtze station. This is the Panay, and that was an Associated Press picture. So that's one I have seen before. But this is Ladybird and Oahu arriving at Shanghai with Panay survivors and the bodies of those who'd been killed. Ensign, the Royal Navy ensign is being carried at half-mast, and the motor sampan amidships. We have my favourite photo of HMS Birmingham when she arrives at Malta en route for China. On 10th of February 1938, having just passed through the Spanish Civil War zone, B turret still carries the red, white and blue neutrality bands. This is HMS Ladybird in dry dock at Shanghai after being bombed by Japanese artillery. And that's Cape Town in rough weather. It's just... You get this book and you go, oh my lord, where did you get these pictures? And you realise they are personal collections. This is the Royal Navy's canteen on Linghua Island, Weihai Way in the summer, as recorded by H.G.C. Brice. And this is HMS Durban, leaving Singapore on patrol in 1940. With anti-splinter padding around her bridge and after her control position, and a degaussing cable along the top of her hull. And this is, of course, Falcon, close up. So, it's a really cool book. Listen, what is the future outlook for the Royal Navy and how is it adapting to new challenges, threats in the 21st century? I feel like I'm a French admiral called Castex, but I'm going to say, at the moment, we need to get... The Royal Navy's got good strategy, and there's a good rationale for the procurement that's going on, but we need to have some more decision and that national policy from above. It is a time capsule. It is very much a time capsule, this book. Little information is available about this aspect of the Royal Navy's history. I would agree with that today. I am therefore grateful to the following people who have supplied me details of their experiences or otherwise gave me assistance, advice and encouragement. Any misinterpretation of their facts is mine. Lieutenant Commander S.J. Barrow, Captain H.T.T. Bayliss, Vice Admiral Sir Patrick Bailey, Rear Admiral F.P.B. Brain Nichols, H.G.C. Brice, Esquire, Lieutenant Commander B.L. Butcher, C.J.M. Carter, Esquire, Commander C.B.S. Cliffrow, Commander W. Donald, Lieutenant J. Evans, W.H. Hole, Esquire, Mrs. H. Inglis, Lieutenant Commander P.K. Kemp, Sir Hugh Natchbull Huggerson, J.W. Nell, Esquire, H.G. Lauder, Esquire, Lieutenant Commander J.A. McClure, Captain D.G.F. W. McIntyre, V. Oliver, Esquire, Commander D.J. Pack Beresford, V.B. Palmer, Esquire, Major J. Perrins, W.E. Perkis, Esquire, Lieutenant R. Record, H.E.J. Regler, Esquire, Commander H.F. Robertson, Ackerman, Commander H.R. Rycroft, Lieutenant Commander N. Scott Elliott, J.A. Smith, Esquire, W.A.D. Smith, Esquire, Commander J.N. Sinnott, Lieutenant A.D.W. Toms, Captain H.S. Upperton, Rear Admiral C.K.T. Ween, F.C. Wigby, Esquire, and the Yangtze Gunboats Association. Photographic acknowledgements will be found underneath the relevant captions. The English spelling of Chinese and Japanese names has proved extremely difficult, as there are a great number of variations, most being officially recognised at some time. Whilst every effort has been made to avoid inconsistency and accuracy, I have selected the spelling which seems most common in 1937 and most expedient at the time of writing. There is also some debate regarding the correct way of expressing a ship's name. HMS Cape Town, the Cape Town, or just Cape Town. I have preferred the last, partly because it gives the ship more personality, and partly because it's used in naval dispatches. Thank you very much for saying that, Constantine. 9681. So how was World War I and World War II affected if the Belgian Low Countries had been mountainous? People assume there will be a land bridge between the UK and mainland Europe, but I ain't sure. Well, if the Belgian Low Countries are mountainous... If they are mountainous, and you could still have the channel, that's not impossible. There is enough space, you could still have the depth of the channel, you could still have the width of the channel, they could be mountainous. That would just require a granite formation of some kind. You could have had a mountain range stretch all the way from Switzerland to the sea, and go down that way, and that would be a ridge, you know, that could be a tectonic plate or something. Sort of a meeting of plates. Instead of where we are, which is sitting on the European plate. That would have an impact on the joy that is Britain's tectonic activity, and might make earthquakes more regular, but yeah, probably not. But still, you could have that, and if that had been a mountains, then they wouldn't exactly be good ports for sending people, and it would also be not really an area the British need to worry about. but it would also provide the French with a far more defensible northern border. If you think about it, the French would have a mountain range at every point around their on all their land borders. So it'd make France far more defensible, at which point you'd have far more trouble with the French Navy. As Jacob W5570 has said, Rapperozak, it's basically tactics and doctrine. It's basically how they operate. And, yeah. Anyway, I was considering reading from the book this evening, but I decided actually I wanted to read the foreword. When early in 1938, as a junior officer, I asked, more in hope than in expectation, to be sent to a small ship abroad, I did not anticipate finding myself in a China River gunboat, soon to be surrounded by an undeclared but nonetheless nasty and lethal war. Having spent some lead in Czechoslovakia, war in Europe seemed all too possible, but to be projected into an active war in an obscure corner of China was certainly a surprise. What was even more of a surprise was to observe at first hand the pusillanimous attitude of the Western governments towards the Japanese attack on China. The British government's failure to take an effective lead or stand of any sort, diplomatic, military or commercial, was a disappointment, to put it mildly, since of all the foreigners, the British had the greatest interest and the most influence in China, and knew from their numerous and widespread officials and merchants exactly what was going on. Abject appeasement in every confrontation, large and small, made entirely unreasonable Japan's contemptuous assessment of the Western powers as paper tigers and helped to lead them towards the gigantic miscalculation in December 1941. Meanwhile, one saw the bombing and burning of undefended and densely populated areas, the blockades, the daily passage of headless corpses, drifting past on a tide, and the casual shootings, bayonettings and clubbings of defenceless and inoffensive people, while Europe was still at peace. And there was also the self-inflicted misery of the Chinese scorched earth policy, accompanied as it was by widespread epidemics. In all this, we were bystanders, and matters reached the pitch where we were even told not to take photographs from our own ships for fear of offending the Japanese, but we observed and reported, and to those who had been to China, the brutality of the Japanese armies in 1941 and afterwards was no surprise. Witnesses might be sickened by all this, but all was not horror, and peacetime activities and amusements continued with undisputed and undiminished zest whenever possible, particularly in Hong Kong. However, the frustration felt by those in high diplomatic and military and commercial positions can only be imagined, as they were endlessly instructed to give in, to apologise, to withdraw, to avoid taking sides. Martin Brice has done a service in recording the Royal Navy's involvement in the almost forgotten collapse of will against an aggressor during the few years which saw the end of the century of Western power within China. Such power might be fought in Kyrgyz today, a generation later, but in that time the Western officials, merchants, missionaries and gunboats did much for China that was good and essential in turning her towards industrial revolution and the realities of the 20th century. We can now look back on the details of this incident, so minor compared to what followed in Europe and the Far East, with attachment, but although our years of privilege in China had probably served their turn, the forcible elimination of all Western institutions by the Japanese imperial war machine would have resulted in an indefinitely more humiliating and barbarous future for China, had not the Japanese themselves been overthrown by the Western alliance within a few years. However, in considering those turbulent era, we might echo the Chinese sage who then, when asked for his estimate of the effect of the French Revolution on history, is supposed to have said, "Perhaps we are still too close to it to know." It's a good book to read. It's on a topic which is rarely covered, and I've got a journal article which I doubt will ever be published on it because it's gone through so many reviews and been returned back. It's probably my own fault. Let's be honest. I will get it fixed up at some point. But yes, I have had a couple of journal articles published, but no, it's getting there. It's more a case of it comes back and they go, this does not seem to be there is not enough references to other journal articles and things in there, and I go, who should I reference? No one else has written about it. And they're going, well, no, you should find someone to reference. I go, well, no one else has written about it. I have searched all the records. These events have not been covered by anyone else in a journal article. There is, and I have got all the reasonable other contextual journal articles, but, you know. What was the role of women in the Navy during World War II? They were essential. Frankly, they not only freed up men from administrative tasks to take on the naval sort of the higher risk ones, they did all sorts of support work and all sorts of manual work ashore. Frankly, without them, the war could not have been won. And that's not me saying that, it's just, it could have been won, but it would not have been won as quickly because you would have had far more shortages in terms of personnel far earlier on. The intelligence assessment sections especially. Because, you know, without the sheer volume of personnel they provided, for communications, radar, all the systems, all the things going on, you just couldn't have run it. It would have been far more difficult to find all those people, to fill all those people with entirely men. Take care, Carl. I'm opening up my second iron brew. So the article is caught in academic touch 22. Pretty much. Take care, Nook. Take care, Bejon. Safe drive home. It is a time capsule, that book. Did it publish in the book? Oh, that is what I'm heading towards, but that would require expansion. At which point I'll probably get someone going, you know, that really should have been a journal article, because, you know, that would get you far more academic credit. And I'll go, you don't say. That's usually my response. When people make that point, when people make that point about things, I'd usually go, you don't say. The joke I make is Tribals, Battles and Daring starts off with a journal article which I wrote on tribal class destroyers. Okay, it starts off with that. That's a journal article, right? The journal article was submitted 5 years before the book was. The journal article was published a month after the book was. But that's the joys of modern academia. In theory, journal articles are supposed to be the most up-to-date, beating heart of highly referenced academic work. In reality, the wait to get something reviewed, let alone published, is almost absurd. You get no money for it. You get no financial recompense. The journals charge, but no one in process gets paid. The reviewers don't get paid for their time. The journals don't get the person who wrote it doesn't get any money. It's entirely our academic status is what you're doing it for. It's why I find it funny when people go, it's a new thing, you're getting paid in... What's it called? Getting paid in exposure and experience. Yeah, that's basically the entire model for academic journals, is getting paid in exposure and experience. That's the entire model. Read-person power requirements. Just visiting the Corbett war room today, it showed the extent to which they needed people doing things today, which were digital assistants. Yep. What was the original purpose on its founding? Security of the nation state. Dan, don't take this the wrong way. I love you dearly. I spend a lot of time with you, and I'm hopefully going to spend a lot of time with you this year. But no one's going to pay you if you become a stripper. No one. They might pay you to put your clothes back on. Sorry. I should not. I'm not being rude. Please don't. But no. I am being rude. But yeah. Dan? No, it's the same for me. If I became a stripper, people would just be paying me to put my clothes on, keep them on, and not go away. Oh. Right, so Brice. This is 1897, the Naval Annual. I always like reading these because it tends to make people think. And this is what they wrote about America in 1897. The prose estimates for 1898 amount to £7,044,328. The expenses for the current year being estimated at £6,288,613. In his report, the Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Herbet, reviews the progress made during the administration of President Cleveland. The policy of the department has been to build battleships, torpedo boats, and light draft boats. Since the 4th of March 1893, 28 vessels in all have been authorized by Congress to be completed in the following years. In 1896, 3 torpedo boats of 24.5 knots, 2 of 27.5 knots. In 1897, 1 submersible torpedo boat, 1 26-knot, 3 30-knot, 3 22.5 knot, and 4 20-knot torpedo boats, and 6 gunboats of 1,000 tons. In 1899, the battleships Kearsarge, Kentucky, Illinois, Alabama, and Wisconsin, all of 11,500 tons displacement. Since 1893, 23 vessels, representing an aggregate tonnage of 118,184 tons, have been commissioned, while during last year alone, 8 vessels have been added to the Navy. These, the Monodoc, Terra, Indiana, Massachusetts, Oregon, Catalin, Erickson, and Brooklyn. On the subject of the new program, Secretary Herbet of the new program, the battleships laid down during the present administration are of lighter draft than those previously completed. being 23 foot as normal and 25 foot at extreme draft. This step was in the right direction, but did not go far enough, or perhaps it should be fairer to say that the battleships heretofore laid down, while adapted to the defence of the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, are not as well suited for operation in the Gulf of Mexico. Attention is called to the following recommendation from the President of the War College. The close study of the Gulf of Mexico, which has been carried on by the Department's orders during the past year, shows it is to be essential to the success of defensive naval campaigns that we shall be able to use for our fighting ships those harbours which nature has provided. Although processing bases for fleets in that region, the fact that there is not enough depth of water for our fighting ships, I think that should be possessing, not processing, misprint there, to enter them, will render them of but slight benefit to us. It is submitted further that the artificial deepening of channels and entrances is not a good solution of this difficulty. The true remedy, in the opinion of the War College, lies in decreasing the draft of our warships to a point permitting them to enter these harbours. The College therefore suggests that future ships be planned for an extreme low draft with maximum coal supply on board of 23 foot, and submits that considerations of strategy upon the Atlantic and Gulf coasts render this an essential to successful naval campaigns. Secretary Herbet recommended to Congress the construction of 3 such battleships and 12 torpedo boats. The battleship Iowa was launched on 25th March 1896 at Messrs. Camp's Yard at Philadelphia. She is of the Indiana type, modified. Estimated displacement 11,300 tons. Indicated horsepower 11,000. Speed 16 knots. The length of the belt at the waterline has been increased, but its thickness has been diminished from 18 inch to 14 inch, and better protection has been given to the auxiliary armament. The belt is 7 foot 6 inches in depth, terminating at the ends in transverse bulkheads of 12 inches armour. The side above the belt is covered amidships with 5 inches armour, up to the level of the main deck. The armoured deck, which is at the waterline, is 2.5 inches thick amidships and 3 inches thick at the bow and stern. The armament comprises 4 12-inch guns, which are coupled in turrets forward and aft, protected by 15 inches of armour. 8 8-inch guns, also mounted in pairs in turrets, placed nearly amidships on the upper deck. 6 4-inch quick-firing guns on the sponsons, protected by 4-inch shields and 1.75-inch screens, 26-pounders, 6 1-pounders, 4 machine guns, and 6 torpedo tubes. The axis of the guns in the forward turret is 24.5 feet above the waterline. That of the guns in the after turret is 18 foot. The conning tower is protected by 10 inches of armour. The Iowa has 2 propellers, driven by vertical triple expansion engines, to which steam is furnished by double-ended boilers and by tubular single-ended boilers. On a preliminary trial, the Iowa steamed 16.25 knots with 111 revolutions. There you go. That's the US Navy in 1897. Worrying about defending all sorts of things. Submersible torpedo boat. Submarine.
Darren, my strategy was anti-stripper, to pay to keep clothes on. For an extra £5 I'll put on another jumper. I will personally contribute 50 quid if you will put on enough clothes that I don't... Honestly, no, and honestly, it's just please no mankini if we're over near a pool. That's all I ask, Dan. That's all I ask. No mankini, please. I think that's what we all ask. No mankini. Basically, submersible torpedo boats were basically, let's be honest, submarines, when they first start out, they spend most of their lives on the surface, and they only dive for action, really. and for occasional the ability to hide. It's one of those things, we treat submarines as being these things which are always underwater, and the reality is they're not. In the earlier period, in fact, they spent, and as I said, they spend most of their lives above the water, on surface. Oh god, that's worse. Pretty much diving was to lay up the ambush. Oh, good lord, you have no idea how much that will be necessary. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, good lord. Seriously, I just went, why is my phone flashing, right? There is only one person who can message my phone and make it flash when I've got it on what I call broadcast mode. Basically, it's the chats which I have which can make things flash. It's 2 WhatsApp chats, which is basically grouped to my mum and the family chat. So if they flash, then I get I know that's sort of probably something important I should probably know. It's just flashing. I'm going, why is my phone going bing bing, green light flashing? My mum has sent me through a whole load of, and if you haven't seen them, I do recommend them, Hammy and Olivia videos of from about 2 corgis who live together in Las Vegas, and she's mildly obsessed. Apparently Zebedee's obsessed as well, but we'll leave that on one side. Oh, good lord. Youngest officer to be made Admiral. It's better the app flashes me than Dan does, yes. Nice one. What is the difference between a frigate and destroyer? Well, in the 1930s, well, in World War II, actually, the frigate was an evolution of a corvette in that it was slightly more militarized. Halfway point between a corvette and a sloop, and was used for anti-submarine warfare. A destroyer was a general purpose escort which featured a heavy torpedo armament. Usually. Some didn't, but most did. By modern standards, the difference between a destroyer and a frigate is one is your anti-air warfare cruiser and the other one's your anti-submarine warfare cruiser. They are orientated around their roles, and that's pretty much it. Usually most destroyers are emphasized around anti-air warfare and will have the equipment of purpose to facilitate that, and the frigates will have them as anti-submarine warfare. And youngest admiral in what era, which navy? Yeah, that's what I was going to go. There are Roman officers who would claim they were admirals at the age of 22, 23. Darasarska destroyer carries more missiles. No, some destroyers carry less missiles than some frigates. They should do in theory. In Darasarska, you are right in theory. In practice, no. Because some nations insist on calling all their vessels frigates, no matter how big they are, and some nations insist on calling their vessels destroyers, no matter how big they are. And then you have the Hobart class. Why does the RAF not get a consolidated B-24E Liberator in World War II? If I remember correctly, the whole problems with the Liberator were down to the Air Ministry and syncing up with the US in terms of procurement plan and what they want to do with them. So, basically, bureaucratic inertia is what I'll go with. As I see, in short, judging how... No, believe it or not, the Type 31s are definitely light frigates. No, Darius Radsky, we're not going there. Ah. I guess one got a bunch of Liberators, but I don't think they got the E variant. I know they got different. They got other Liberators. They didn't get them. I'm not sure that they got the E or not. I don't think they did, and I think that was one of the confusing ones of why they didn't get the E. When was the first recorded naval battle? That's a quite disinteresting thing, because we found what we would probably consider to be temple reliefs, we're presuming, but it could have been a dining hall, it could have been anything, we don't know, which appear to have carvings showing a naval battle, but we're not sure who were the people involved, when it was, or what it is, because was it contemporaneous to the temple being built? Was it a historic event that the temple was commemorating? We don't know. So we know there were ones a long time ago, but we don't know when all the first recorded naval battle was, honestly. Which probably is scaring you and scares GTP? Whatever it is called. But honestly, we don't know when the first recorded naval battle is. We know about naval battle was recorded. We don't know when it was. We have a rough idea, but we don't know when it was, and we also have some Chinese ones as well, which are probably about the same time. And you know, one of the things we do know is that people had ships and were occasionally fighting each other a long time before we actually started writing down about a lot of it, or rather, using writing we now have. Now have still records of. But I just watched an old video of you to explain the modern frigates are actually cruisers by Raoul. So what is a destroyer then? It's an air warfare cruiser. As I just said, frigates are the anti-submarine warfare cruiser, and that's what most modern escorts are. They are cruisers by role. If you look at their peacetime mission profiles, they're doing the cruiser role. So all escorts these days are cruisers. It's just frigates are the anti-submarine warfare variant, and destroyers are the anti-air warfare variant. The Polish government, if we could afford it, would buy a cruiser. To be honest, if you could afford it, you could. But in nicest way, for that, someone would have to actually be building cruisers, because at the moment, Poland doesn't have the shipyard infrastructure to build it. So basically, eventually, if America starts building cruisers again, you could buy one, or possibly potentially buy one of theirs. There again, considering the size of the Type 83s potentially are going to be, you might just be able to buy one of those and call it a cruiser, although the British will insist it's a destroyer. I was asking, there are enough troubled hulls left after World War II that someone gets an idea to refit them into missile destroyers. Around 50s and 60s, what would they get and how long would they be kept in service? Oof. They get really early missiles. Space-wise... could possibly get Sea Slug on them. Let's be honest, Haida gets upgraded to have Limbo. So Haida becomes a fast anti-submarine warfare escort. And
honestly, they could probably have had Limbo and Sea Slug. With probably their entire rear end being refitted. So basically, you'd lose X mount to Sea Slug, you lose that. You probably end up with a dual purpose 4.5 fitted forward for two of them. It would be interesting. It wouldn't be cheap. So back full circle, in Age of Sail, frigates were cruiser warships. Yep. And let's be honest, destroyers are the modern equivalent of the fourth rate. So yeah, they're doing the cruiser role as well. It's fun. I think we're now in the questions to the end section of timings, I think. Yes, we are. So basically, I will be sitting here chatting, looking at the questions until sort of questions sort of feel like they're petered out, and then I'll head in and call it over for the night. It's interesting in a way. I mean, I enjoyed the channel always, but lately it's been getting more it's been getting, how do I put it? It was already interesting, but it's getting me even more so. It's how do I put it? It's the comments. I'm enjoying the range of comments I now get on videos. It's quite nice. There are some older videos which have basically no comments on them at all. But most of the current ones tend to get a decent amount of comments and a nice chat. And I know I am not doing comment response videos at the moment, but there's a reason for that. I'm going to be putting them back, doing a sort of a different style after June. I've got an idea about how to do it. Because, to be fair, I found myself sometimes answering the same question over and over again on different videos, and that seemed a bit weird. So I'm sort of going, or rather, variations of the same question. And I went, okay, instead of answering a question multiple times, perhaps what I should do is I start combining videos together. Thank you, Jack Ray. Ooh. Very kind of you. Have the RN Rex from Jutland been found? A fair number of them have been. A fair number of them have been. And others we have suspicions of. How big are the Type 83 going to be? That's a debate, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking. Let's put it this way. They're being produced. They're the first class to be designed completely in the period now of we're going back around the world. In which case, you're looking at something which is going to have to operate further than the North Sea, North Atlantic, on a regular basis. You're looking at something which is going to be making cruises to the Far East on a regular basis. And I wouldn't be surprised, therefore, if your weight magically goes up and displacement magically goes up. So I know in the paper that me and Drac NFL started off, thank you, Nathan Richmond, we started off at 15,000 tons and worked out from there to try and make everything work. Well, given the Sumalt and the Sage and the Greater Destroyers, why would anyone ever build cruisers again? Just wait until either Russia or China builds a new ship called a cruiser. That will tell you. In the nicest way, the Type 055, pretty much a cruiser. And the moment the Chinese start to refer to it as such, you will watch how quickly US Congress will turn around and go, we need cruisers. At which point, bright sparks in the British and French governments will also want cruisers, probably the Italian government as well. They'll want to have a ship they can claim is a cruiser. The British used to escape by the fact that technically they'd sometimes consider the Invincibles cruisers and sometimes they consider them carriers. I know, people like to say the through-deck cruiser idea died a long time ago. It didn't. It stayed around for far too long. I was asking you, for current Poland, an LHD with the capability to house F-35 would be a better option than missile cruiser. Yep, it would be. Thank you, Albazaski, Carmel Gasberg, Shane Story, and Stafford, and Man of Pfizer, for becoming members. Well, thank you for Jack Ray allowing them to become, enabling them to become members. It's always nice to have more members. Matter, how has the technology and innovation impacted the Royal Navy over time? Nice to go for one. That would be about a dozen videos. Nighthorn Productions, odd one. How close can a steam catapult be to a hangar on board a carrier? Trying to draw up a modernised Malta with the forward lift retained and needed catapults for F4s. Basically, stick 2 lengths of aircraft between them at the lift and 2 aircraft lengths between the lift and at least between the lift and the catapult. You want to at least have 2 aircraft lengths, and remember you've got to also include space for things like deflector, sort of deflector systems to rise up from the deck and allow to deal with the heat jet engines heat. And the furthest I can place the catapults from the edge of the list is 6 foot. Feels so close. I don't really know. Basically, with the Maltas, I think when they redesign, they get rid of the centerline lifts and they put in go with all deck edge lifts. They already had 2 deck edge lifts in the original design. I would think they'd just add in a 3rd deck edge lift somehow. Andy Peter, I'm going to have to say it's a destroyer because UK government doesn't like spending on our own. To be fair, yes, until the government wants to have a cruiser for keeping up its appearances. Let's be honest, the Type 45 was the 2nd smallest of the designs that my dad was involved in creating for the Type 45 program. The Royal Navy produced a design which was a lot bigger. And have they righted the RV Petrol in the dry dock yet? I'm not 100% sure. We started off at 15,000 tons and worked out that if it was going to be a true Type 83, which would basically have the true general purpose capabilities that, like the Bristol was supposed to have, then it was going to be a very interesting vessel. Hungary and Poland tried and failed to ban Ukrainian grain imports? Hungary, yes. Poland, I think there was a proposal, but I don't think it was from the government, if I remember correctly. But I'm not 100% sure. And the group who are proposing it are not exactly popular in Poland at the moment. My dad pretty much worked on every Royal Navy and everything that was painted grey that served in the Royal Navy from about... Honestly, I think from about 1950. Ooh, let's see. Working back, he was then. About 1956, 57, that was just about around about Suez Crisis onwards, until he died about, oh good lord, he must be getting on for 4 or 5 years ago now. He worked on everything painted grey that was built, pretty much. Every warship, every class. In some capacity or other. As I've said, his last class he's worked in have yet to hit the water. They're Type 26s. I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere around in his work there's a study for a large destroyer to come after the Type 45. I doubt it'll be involved in the Type 83 program, but I wouldn't be surprised. Minnesota. At which point, I might expect Bright Sparks to point out Olympia was a cruiser, and less than 6,000 tons, followed shortly by redesignating a class as cruisers. Oh, I'm sure someone will have that bright idea. After all, that's how the Ticos came to be cruisers, instead of destroyer leaders. So see, no, the idea came from was announced by the chief of the ruling party. He was technically no rank in government, but in reality, government does what he says. Fun. Because Ukrainian grain is cheaper than Polish grain. It's hurting Polish farmers. The role of women in the U.S. Navy today is they are involved in every level of naval service. Honestly, it's one of those things I have to explain more often than I'd like to. We are no longer ramming, loading, and positioning cannon by hand. We are no longer raising and dropping sails by hand. We are no longer raising and dropping anchors by hand. These days, keeping a ship going is, whilst you do sometimes need a healthy dose of good old elbow grease and muscle power, is more often not this. An ability to problem solve and deal with problems before they become problems and spot things before they become problems, which is more of a mind game than a physical game. And whilst you do need to still be healthy and fit, especially to deal with the situations you're going to find yourself in, it's healthy and fit is a relative terminology. So yeah, women are in every role. They should be. They're just as smart. You know, it's the whole problem is people sort of get people focus in on the big muscles. Well, I should know. The nicest way, I might have the tummy, which happens to me the moment I'm not doing massive amount of exercise for some reason, and I don't eat excessive food or anything like that. It's the hours sitting down. So if I'm not doing enough gym as well as walking the dogs, then I get fat. It just happens. It comes around my tummy and I just go, oh, great, you've arrived. Because I spend so much of my time sitting down, writing, and reading. It comes with the job. But the thing is, they don't need to be like me anymore. Like me at the time, you know, sort of in physical fitness. It's not necessary for most of the jobs they do. What they need to be is smart and know what they're doing. That's the key thing. Which is why I find annoying when people go, oh, we don't want women in these roles. And I go, why not? Well, you know, da-da-da-da. If it's because you're worried you won't get the job if there's a woman able to do it, then in the nicest way, the odds are you wouldn't get the job in the first place because you're probably not smart enough. And trust me, navies often these days prefer to have no one for the job
and try and leave it empty and try and find someone for it than to shove someone in who is not up to the task. Because it's easier, often, for the crew to find a way to do it without that person, without a person there, than to have to carry an idiot. No, the Type 26s are the city class. So the Type 83s, there are various options for them. My dad probably did work with your with your uncle at some point, Andy. At some point, they probably did. Honestly, the armament of the Boeing B-17C Flying Fortress Mark 1, no idea. In the nicest way, 9601, I remember there are problems with various B-17Cs on their armament because of the various systems put in to support their machine guns, but I can't remember which is which and went without looking at my notes, because I don't teach air power and definitely not bomber history that often. When I do teach it, it's usually because I'm covering for someone else who's a specialist in those areas. Don't worry, Night Heron Productions. Life happens. That's also, if you have an idiot there, you end up doing double the work, if not more so, since a skilled enough idiot can really make a mess of things. Yep. Listen, how did the innovation of submarine change naval warfare? Oh, it made us have to consider what's going on beneath us in more than just shallow water. Lang Freeman, I think of the people that Dr. Clarke is describing as worse than a hole in the rotor. Yes, I have colleagues who I still do not know how they still have tenure. And the standard rule is whenever they teach a class, someone else has to go and teach in a basically similar class and correct everything they've been taught, but they have tenure. It's rare to have a county and a city class in service at the same time these days. It's kind of like there's a reason the city's coming into the Type 26s. They're replacing the Dukes, which of course were quite named for a lot of regions. You know, you had Lancaster, you had Somerset, you had all the things going on. So, yeah. We do have more than 8 cities, but you don't tend to have... You wouldn't... If you had a Type 26 and Type 83 city class, people would think they were they would think they were both sets of cities. So you always keep it slightly different. It's why the Type 45 is a D class. There is a potential that they could go for E's and call them the E class vessels, but who was the first medal recipient of the Medal of Honor in the US Navy? Cannot remember off the top of my head. 9681 would suggest you Google it. I think that's the sort of thing which usually Google has right. And, you know, off the top of my head, I can't remember. I was reading out a list of people who won the Medal of Honor last night during the American... during the Civil War. I was reading for a list, I think they were Medal of Honor winners. But, you know, from the New Ironsides. But I doubt they were the first recipients of it. Potentially admirals, but I doubt it. Catherine, could you see the Australians developing an equal to the US's Phantom Skyhawk industry was there? Industry, government will, and population was there? Yeah, why not? The thing is, they have the space. It's having the population, political will, and industry to do so. No, oh god, a Medal of Honor in Civil War were handed out like candy. Yeah, that's the trouble. I'm not sure if there were any handed out in the 1812 war. I think that was too early for the Medal of Honor, wasn't it? I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Civil War was the first conflict for them, yeah, I think so. So yes, I think it's somewhere in the Civil War, but I can't remember where. Who were the famous pirates of the Caribbean in the 17th and 18th century? Oh, good lord, there's also so many of them. They're all famous in their own ways. Blackbeard, Edward Teague. I think tends to be one of my favourites, but there's a few others. To be honest, Medal of Honor awards have become way too restrictive at this point. Basically, if you're alive, you're not getting one, regardless what you do. Yeah, there's swings and roundabouts with all these things. You notice it with Victoria Cross and various other things. At certain points it goes one way and then it goes the other way, and never seems to find a sort of happy medium ground. Right then, about another 4 or 5 minutes. Okay, then we're done 4 hours. And I don't think anyone wants to hear me rabbiting on for longer than 4 hours. Who are the key figures in the development of the Royal Navy in the 18th century? In the 18th century. Honestly, I'd say the key figure is actually someone from about the 17th century. It's Pepys. Because it's basically building on the foundation he builds, and it takes 100 years to develop it up to what it becomes in the 1700s. Not 100 years, but good. To what it becomes in the end of the 17th century is, you know, and the end of the 18th century is building on the foundation which Pepys had started. Aaron Productions, just going back to the Scarrows quickly. How up against the wall would we be if HMS Hermes in 82 had its centerline lift jammed at deck level during the whole conflict? If it was jammed at deck level, that's fine. If it's jammed down at the bottom, that's a problem. Deck level you can survive. It's going to cause issues. You're going to be working very hard to do everything with one lift. It's going to change how you leave the layout. You're going to have to reconfigure the hangar, reorganize everything, but you can do it. It becomes more of a problem if it's jammed down. No worries, Steve. I said I'd be on for about 3 to 4 hours. I think I said a few earlier which were AI and which were not, and I've gone through them. Yeah. I'd say quite a lot of the more basic questions were AI. You tend to have more of a content one. Stafford, Mum just got in for an X-ray. I'm glad to hear that, Stafford. Make sure she takes it and make sure she gets it looked after. The start of the Bank of England is to... It's not necessarily to build the Royal Navy, it's to sort out government finances, which does assist with the creation of the Royal Navy, but it's not just about the Royal Navy. I think in terms of the sea state down there, you can do it. The nicest way, the sea state doesn't, you can still do it. It's not going to be nice, but you can do it with a decade lift. Pretty much what I thought were for each one.
So, Clarke, does Mahan's thinking somewhat guide the US thinking for treaties? Well, let me put it this way. Their interpretation and the sections of Mahan's thinking that they focus on does guide their treaties, which is one of the reasons why you have capital ships instead of battleships and battle cruisers as treaty designations. Which would have been really interesting because, if you think about it, you could have set up a system whereby you could have found Britain and America allocated 15 battleships, 5 battle cruisers, and 5 battle cruisers, and then you could have had Japan allocated 9 battleships, 3 battle cruisers. So they've got to get rid of one of the Congos at that point, haven't they? Or do something. And then you have France and Italy allocated 2.2, so theoretically they get what? 6.6 battleships and 2.2 battle cruisers. So probably someone works it out and says, yay, you get 7 battleships and 2 battle cruisers each. Just think about that. Think about what France and Italy would have built as a battle cruiser in the 1920s and 30s if that had been the treaty allocation. Because the US Congress and US diplomatic service had taken more from Mahan than just the obsession with battleships and fighting the battles. Thanks, nice to see everyone. I would never make it a rule for Bruships of no AI questions, because they're still your questions. If you've got the AI to generate them, and you want to ask them, I'm happy to answer them. But let's put it this way. I'd say think of your own questions first before you go to the AI. Maybe you could even program your own questions into the AI and go, based on this question, what else should I be asking? Might get some interesting results. Take care, Andy. Thank you, James Macklin. USN would be forced to build Lexington as battle cruisers. Totally unacceptable.
Yep. But there again, the Lexingtons might have been a better design if the American Congress had not been so obsessed with a obsession over 4 paragraphs in an entire work. Interesting. How did the treaty separate battleships and battlecruisers? That don't merge. Well, it could do, because you could say battleships are only allowed to have a speed of up to a certain... They're only allowed to go up to, let's say, 28 knots. And certain limitations, and then battle cruisers are allowed to go faster, and have to be faster than 28 knots. Let's say you have battleships can only go as fast as up to 28 knots, be designed for a speed of up to 28 knots. Kind of like you put in the sloop designations later in London treaties, where they're only allowed to be designed for a speed up to 20 knots, and battle cruisers have to be designed for a speed over 30 knots. Or you could even make it worse. You can make it in excess of 32 knots. At which point, in the nicest way, you're starting to limit things down pretty quickly in terms of what they can actually do. And then you can sit there and go, right then, they're both allowed armor, they're both allowed guns, you're only allowed a certain number. And that's your limitation. You can even say they have the same tonnage limitation. So, battle cruisers can displace the same amount as battleships. They can both do design up to 35,000 tons. But battleships can't go faster than 28 knots. Battle cruisers have to go faster than 32 knots. Just watch. And that would mirror again the limitation in guns between battle cruisers and escorts are all limited to 8-inch guns. Battleships all have to have excess of 12-inch guns. So, you know, that's a 4-inch limitation, 4 not differential. Thank you, Jacob. Thanks, History Vanguard. 9604. How plausible is a German national killing Franz Ferdinand and getting World War I to be Britain, France, Austria versus Germany, Russia? It's humanity, so it's not impossible, but it's fun. Therefore, guessing UK not insisting battlecruisers were a separate category, that it simplified things to US. It did. It did simplify things for them. I'd say 6 to 8 T-83 hulls. If the economy retains sensible. It depends on how things change and evolve in terms of strategic sense. Right. So, I'm going to say thank you to everyone now. Let me just add in this one. I always try and add markers on the timelines to make life a little easy. Thanks, John Shea. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Alzaski. Jacob W5570. Anuk, thank you. Dan Freeman, thank you for being an admin this evening. Night Heron Productions, thank you. History Vanguard, thank you. Steve Clarke, thank you. Inns Morrison. James McAfee, thank you. Andy PWR, thank you. Jos Vonk, thank you. Stafford, thank you for adminning again this evening. Hope your mum gets better. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Anuk. Thank you, Oliel. Just looked it up. More Medal of Honours were handed out in the Civil War than all the Victoria Crosses ever. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. They were really, really handing them out. Thank you, Debrock. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Melanie6040, for adminning the whole way through. Thank you, Albasaski. Thank you, Night Heron Productions. I forgot to say that, but I'll say it again. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you for Darius Radatsky, thank you, Anuk, I think I've said again, but I'll say it twice. Thank you, Shane Stoney. Thank you, Mana Pfizer. Thank you. Lots of people having the same having a long conversation. Friddle. And yeah, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Calvin Gasberg. I think I might have said that already, but I'm not sure. Thank you, Sean McIntosh. Timeline, finding many of the live events. Cool. Hope you enjoyed it. Sorry I didn't see that when you were during the chat. Must have been reading. Or distracted by Stafford and taking his mum to the hospital. Possibly that's why I missed it. I do apologise. Paul Beswick, thank you. And Colin Cameron, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I've gone right to the top of the chat as far as I can go. Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you. Take care and have fun. I did enjoy the AI guessing game. No, Zero, I did. Thank you, everyone. Take care and thank you for all your support. It really wouldn't be possible to do all this without it. And yeah, you make history worthwhile. Well, not doing history is always worthwhile, but you make it possible for me to do it as at this level consistently, rather than having to fit it in around other things. So thank you. Take care. Have a nice evening or night or day, depending on where your time is. And I hope to see you on Thursday. Toodles.